break your limits? Are you ready to be a legend? Are you made for greatness? Writing history? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? To be a champion, to change the system, start a revolution. This is your moment. Are you ready to fight? To fulfill this?
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa. This is Spring 2023 and these teams have been fighting. Let me tell you, they have been fighting for the top slots and getting themselves a potential opportunity into Vikendi at the end of this week. My name is Proxy. I'm joined of course by Crowns, who's been bringing us all the action this week. And so far, Crowns, I can definitely guarantee this has been one of the sweatiest, spiciest, craziest weeks.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that these teams did not fall our hand. You know, we asked them for a week of craziness, and that is exactly what they've decided to show us going into this third phase of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa.
It's what they have to do. They are fighting for their last opportunity, their last chance to get themselves into the finals. After this week, that's it. So they're going to go on break for about 4 days, come back, and then we will crown the PMPL Africa Spring 2023 champion. So it's a lot at stake. But of course, let's go take a look at the format. Just to remind all of you, if you don't know it by now, somehow, what the format is looking like and what these teams have to actually go through.
Yes, sir. We are currently in that league stage where we have 20 teams participating at the moment. They've been participating over 5 days in every phase with no super weekends being involved. And this week, we're going to be crowning the top 16 teams. We're going to be finding out what top 16 teams would be advancing to the finals, where the finals teams will be getting started with a head start based on how they perform in the league stages. And, you know, those finals, 3 days only, 6 matches per day. That's 18 matches in total. You have to make it count, where the top teams would be making it to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Regional Championships.
Absolutely, and we know they're not just fighting for this championship, they're also fighting for an opportunity obviously to come back for the full season and maybe a few other championships along the way. So take a look at the point system. We know that it's already gone through a change, forcing these teams to be a lot more aggressive and really amplifying the importance of eliminations. We've seen these teams adapting that strategy before, and it's been a real treat to watch, Crowns.
Yes, sir. It's actually been very nice to see teams actually find balance and also some teams crack the elimination, right? And I feel like the point system favors teams that are very, very aggressive. And at the same time, we've seen some teams that like to play strategic take advantage of this point system. 10 points for first position. To second place, you get 6 points. And then it starts to trickle down there. But as we all know, anywhere below 8th position means you get to go to our glorious donut shop if you have no elims.
Absolutely. So all of the teams need to be fighting for a top 8th position just to be able to guarantee them any placement points at all. But we know that hasn't been the most impactful way these teams have been getting those points. It has, of course, been through those eliminations. And like you said, it's a good way to see these teams finding balance. Some teams need specific maps, like Mo Esports on Sanhok. I don't know, just like a different team that comes out, but they bring the heat. And for the rest of the teams, of course, they have just been bringing us an all fantastic showing of what they have been working on in the off-season as they've come back. But of course, those are not the only points these teams are fighting for. They are also trying to get as many bonus points for themselves into the finals, which they can use as a bit of a safety net, right? A bit of a buffer, an opportunity that if there's 1 or 2 matches that aren't really going their way, it's all right because they can fall back on the bonus points to give them that head start.
Yeah, and speaking of head starts, we already see a couple of teams grabbing almost all the bonus points as we've been going from phase to phase. And I'm talking about Titan Gaming, because those guys are actually doing so well. And I was taking a look at the general rankings, and these guys are close to 100 points clear of every other person.
We were looking at it off camera. I mean, it's absolutely disgusting. You can see why there's really no pressure on the Titans, but of course, they want to get as many bonus points into the finals, right? And there's 4 opportunities in which they could have done that through our 3 weeks, and then of course, at the end of all 3 weeks, we're going to look at those general rankings to see who's going to get that last little dose of bonus points. And so far, Titans definitely looking like they're going to be grabbing that one, but we'll see. Maybe some teams are going to be grabbing those 100 points in the next 3 days left of the week number 3. But as we talk about this, these points, we're talking about bonus points, we're talking about getting them to the finals. Why are we here in the first place? Why are these teams competing? And that is, of course, the prize pool as well as the opportunities that lie ahead of it. So let's take a look at what is at stake for this season, Crowns.
Yes, sir. $60,000 is what we've got in line at the end of the league stage. Everyone does get 1,300. That's kind of like a thank you for participating. A little bit of an OP prize, and MVP does go home with $1,000, and we've got them sweet candy rewards for $1,000 also on the line.
Absolutely. And we'll take a look at how teams can actually get themselves those for candy rewards right after this. But of course, just getting yourself into PMPL Africa is going to guarantee you that 1,300, with the finals obviously giving you a bigger chunk of the change. So ultimately, everyone trying to get themselves into those top 16 slots. But as we mentioned it, what are these Vikendi rewards? How do teams actually get themselves an opportunity to pick up a share of that $1,000? Because it's not going to go all to one team. Well, at least I don't think so. I don't know. It would be wild if one team gets all of the challenges. But let's take a look at what those challenges are. And we know for the last couple of weeks, it's been tough. I mean, we haven't seen anyone picking up those crossbows. We haven't seen anyone yet find a good opportunity with the pans. But definitely teams have been fighting for that one-man army and that focus on elims.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these teams actually going for it, and even this week is when we started to see teams now start to show us that what, they're probably in to get some of those vehicle runovers. We started to see style coming through in the game, so that is something that I enjoy that I'm seeing from all of these teams. But man, I tell you, the race for one man army and focus on elims, it's really on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, everyone has been stepping up their game. We had a absolutely wild ride on Vikendi in the previous week, even taking it down to the last possible phase. No one wanted to go out. No one wanted to be that team that had to bow out and not potentially get the winner chicken dinner and as many extra points as they could add. But it has to happen, and what also needs to happen is that Robin Hood. We still haven't seen any single team get a crossbow elim. So just putting it out there, if any of the viewers have contact to the teams, please go shout at them saying, listen, Vikendi this weekend, crossbows, okay? Nothing else. Just crossbows and pans. Nothing else.
I mean,
you don't need a gun.
Given the way Titans have been playing, I think on Sunday we're going to see a Titan full squad with crossbows.
Can you imagine? Like, only crossbows and only pans and only nades. That's all that they can use. It would be absolutely wild. But let's go take a look at the calendar. As we've mentioned about these weeks and phases and what does it all have to do with anything, we can see that we already are in our last week of this fantastic league. The teams have 3 more days to be able to get themselves those points. That's going to be, of course, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday starting today, before they take a nice little bit of a short break to prepare themselves, Crowns. And I expect, we've been speaking about this, just after one single day of break and opportunity, they come back even stronger. So now, imagine, we times that by 4.
If break days could be sweaty, I think yesterday would have been the sweatiest break day, because every VOD you had to do yesterday, every research you had to do yesterday had to count. It had to be on point, because going into these last 3 days would actually determine if you're going to be into the finals or if you're not going to be in the finals. It would also determine how much points you have as a head start going into those finals.
It's a lot of pressure riding on these teams and the performances that they're going to be bringing in this week. As we said, every mistake is going to hit that much harder, because you're going to just finish off this week saying, I could have been one step closer. I could have potentially made that top 16 if I just got that one elim, if I just made that different rotation. So I agree with you. Teams, they've already brought in a different strategy. They've already changed up any sort of mistakes that they had in previous weeks, which is wild to think that you're still able to do that in your last week. But let's go take a look at the groups for this week. As we know, they've been switching up every single week. So Crowns, take us through it. What are some of the highlight teams for you from each group?
Highlight team for me in each group would be Group C. It would be Vampires. Like I said, I really want to see how they would weather the storm going into this week. So in Group C, I keep my eye out on the Vampires, see how well they're gonna pull out. On Group B, I keep my eye out on the side of Triple, and I'm saying that because we've not really seen Triple Esports show us what we know them to be going into this week. But I believe today's transformation day. Group A, we have to say they're the elephant in the room. Not only do we have Mo Esports that have been on something different this week, we also have Titan Gaming, who has been doing good numbers going into day 2.
Absolutely. Group D and E also just have a few highlights. Teams like CRYPTICS, Black Hand especially has been a point behind so far the reigning champions Titans, and they've been very close to trying to close that gap. So I'm going to be wondering and seeing if that's actually going to happen today, and if we might be seeing Black Hand at the top of the lobby. Reminder for everyone at home: we haven't yet had a single team take a back-to-back week champion. We'll take a back-to-back first place in the overall rankings for that week. So it'll be very interesting to see if we can have that this season. But these are some of the teams that we're bringing into the stage. These are some of the teams we are going to be focusing on. But of course, we wouldn't be here in the first place. We wouldn't actually even have the opportunity to shout at these teams, to watch them play, and to showcase some of their fantastic, fantastic greatness if it wasn't for our sponsor, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, and who has been here since the beginning of PMPL Africa. So massive shout out to Monster. Thank you so much for all that you do for the scene, and we cannot wait to see who the champions for this season are going to be. Sponsors done, and they're so good. But we mentioned briefly that Black Hand was just 1 point behind Titans for this week, and there are a few other surprises that we've seen as well. MEA Esports, they've been bringing different sort of energy. Titans as well, in a single day of play, picked up something like 90 points. I didn't want to do the math because it was a little bit too scary for me. So let's go take a look at those overall rankings and see where everyone currently stands and who needs to bring the heat going into this weekend.
Well, going into the first page, Titans on top with such dramatic way to get all the way to the top. We saw them come through, pulling up so many points, about 78 points in one day, bumping them to 95 points in total. Backhand not losing that second spot yet as they hold on just behind with 1 point, and then we see VISTA Gaming, who seem to have a very great day one, and their day two wasn't so nice. And right now, I really hope that this week we get to see this battle, from today till the end of Sunday. I hope we get to see this constant fluctuation between Titan Gaming and Black Hand. Black Hand on top, then Black.
Yes.
I really hope we get to see that because every other person does seem to be a little bit far off from them.
I mean, again, just 1 point currently differentiating these two. You can see there's a bit of a change in focus from the two teams. Titans, I mean, they're wholeheartedly just running off to those eliminations, 10 above Black Hand. And then Black Hand, just those extra 9 placements that they've managed to get because of their consistency, right? Because they don't necessarily take all of those early engagements unless they're obviously handed to them on a silver platter, but they pick up a lot more of those elims towards the later phases where everyone is just going absolutely crazy and they're capitalizing off of that chaos. For Vista, from day one, we said it was about consistency, and they dropped off yesterday, not yesterday, of course, Wednesday for me. So I'm hoping coming back today after a day of break, a day of rest, a day of potentially of VOD reviews, they are back with that consistent energy. RUKH Esports as well, it's good to see a little bit of their phase one energy where they brought some of that dominating force, but ultimately everyone needs to push this week. And I'm going to say that for everyone. We're going to be as objective as possible. Everyone needs to gun for the top.
Yep, gunning for that top is what we want to see from them. We'll go into the next page, but I would also like to point out that Wavy Sports is always on that first page. I like the fact that they always find a way to be on that first page. So I'm keeping my eye out on them to see how well they would play today, looking at the consistency. They've not quite been able to snatch any winner chicken dinners going into this phase, but I think they're probably going to tap into that, energy going into today's games.
That's going to be the hope. But of course, we know from 8th place holding 54 points to 9th place with CRYPTICS holding 48. It's only 6 point differentiating these two teams. So it's really not a hard stretch to get yourself into that first page. And we really need these teams to be fighting also for the general rankings. As we know, at the end of all of these weeks, we are going to be picking top 16 teams only to move on to the finals. So for all of the teams, hopefully they've been keeping track, keeping an eye out on those results, and they know what they need to do this week. For the teams that are in the bottom of those overall general rankings, they need to be at the top of this week so that they can try and jump into the finals. But speaking of this week, let's take a look at our 4 teams that have had a bit of a tougher time. We know 16th has 25 points. We move on to this page. It's only 3 points later that we find Virtual Gaming, and I mean another 3 points later we find Arab Gold, and you can do the math for the rest. It's really not hard. It's only 1 point. So there is an opportunity here for you to get these points. There is an opportunity for these teams to get themselves into a much better position. And I'd say this is one of the best weeks to do it. I mean, you have some of the longer weekends. You've had that day of rest. You've hopefully had that opportunity to talk to your team, work out what is working for you, what is not working for you, and what you could change. I mean, if ever there was a week to try something because you're not as comfortable as you should be, this is the last week. We've got 3 more days. Come on, now is the time.
Yeah, and I feel like that hugely depends on where you're sitting on those general rankings. And I'm just going to point it out. Virtual Gaming Squad, they are the ones holding 16th position on that general ranking, which means they've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Matter of fact, they're a team I'm going to keep my eye out for going into these final 3 days. They and the Mind Weapon, they are 2 teams that I want to, see how well they're going to gatekeep and prevent the other teams from breaching and snatching away their top 16 position from them.
We call them the guardians of the top 16, right? If you can get yourself past virtual, get more consistent than these teams this week, and if they have a bad week and they are not getting as many points as everyone else in the bottom 4, then you could potentially say goodbye to your final slot. But let's take a look at what we have in store for everyone today. Friday is my favorite day of PMPL. You know why? Because we start with Sanhok.
Yeah, very chaotic day. We keep saying it. This is a setup for chaos, and I feel like if you get it wrong in the first game of the day in Sanhok, you most likely wouldn't be vibing going into the remaining games. It's going to be a little bit of a task to find your rhythm going into the rest of the game, because Sanhok is going to start up very chaotic. You have to tap into that quick energy. There's no relaxed gameplay. You just need to get into it, get started, and get down to business. And then we'll go over to a double dose of Erangel, then Miramar, double dose to also end things. It's a weirdly scheduled day, but it's just going to be chaos.
Absolutely. We've seen some teams struggle in these double dose days, because you would think, okay, going from one Erangel to the other, especially if you're one of the teams that actually gets that double dose. I mean, for example, with Erangel, that's going to be Group E, Group B, and Group A. They do get to use that double dose of Erangel. Some teams, they've struggled a little bit. They've honestly had some tough times. I mean, especially on Sanhok, where just Wednesday, we had 2 hot drops and we had 2 teams saying goodbye, arrivederci, in the first 10 seconds of Sanhok, which is wild. Again, you wouldn't think at this level of PMPL that we'd still be having teams going for those hot drops. I mean, they have to be absolutely out of their minds, right? But this is the stakes. We are in the last week. If you're going to try something to get yourself more points, it has to be this week. And some teams have really been taking some wild risks. I mean, we had such an explosive first couple of days with such aggressive energy. Teams have really just been gunning it. So, they're not worried about defenses anymore. They are just worried about getting points, no matter how they're going to be making it happen.
Yeah, everyone is trying to snatch those points as in any manner, in any way as possible. And speaking of snatching points, I've got to call the side there of Greedy4Kills. I really want to see you guys start to put up good performances from the beginning of the day, and not just in the final game of the day. We've been seeing these guys coming through on the final games, showing us, absolute monstrosity going into the end of the day. Closing up the day, fine. But if you're going to close up the day, you might as well, play better, in the rest of the games that leads up to that.
I mean, with what they've been doing, like we said, just in the last couple of matches of the day, sometimes the last 2, sometimes only the last 1 match of the day, they have made sure to get themselves top 10 in this week alone. And then, I mean, in terms of the general ranking, in terms of the overall ranking at the end of all 3 weeks, they are actually third
Ooh.
on the grand total. So if you want to talk about consistency, yes, it's wild that they just come in the last match of the day. I don't know where they get the energy. I don't know what sort of monster stats they're using, but they definitely bring in some wild aggression. However this works for them, it is working for them. They're 1 point away from Triple Esports on the overall rankings, who is in second. And then obviously it's Titans with 97 points, so we're not going to try and talk about that. But it's working for them.
Yeah, and just like you've mentioned, 1 point behind, and I'm hoping Triple Esports have heard you say that, because if there's only 1 point separating you from second place on that general ranking, it reduces the amount of bonus points that you get to go home with at the end of the day. So that being said, Greedy4Kills inching closer and closer to that second place, and Triple Esports, with the form that they've brought into this week, I feel like it's only going to be a matter of games before Greedy4Kills and even the side of Black Hand to, overtake them on that general rankings.
It's going to be wild. We'll try and keep some of the viewers updated as we go through this weekend, but ultimately we'll only be telling you who those top 16 are at the end of Sunday. So I'm going to keep you in a bit of suspense. You're going to just have to deal with it, okay? Just like we are in suspense, you're going to be in suspense. You know, if we're going to suffer together, we might as well do it. But we've covered all of our ceremonies, we've covered all of our formalities. Now it is to talk about Sanhok. Sanhok, we saw in the previous Sanhok on Wednesday, we had 2 hot drops. We had 2 teams saying goodbye almost immediately, not having that opportunity. We know going into this Sanhok, we're going to have the teams of Group E sitting out. So, I mean, that's going to be the likes of Wave Esports, TEAMLAG, Virtual Gaming, and CRYPTICS, which is an interesting one to talk about as well. So, they're not going to have that opportunity. They're not going to have that chaos. They're first going to join us on Erangel. It's going to be interesting for them. They're going to have to sit back and wait to see what chaos is going to unfold on Sanhok. But, Grants, tell me now, who will be taking for our top 3 on Sanhok?
Part of you wants to say Titan because of they seem to have awakened that that Sanhok prowess that we've seen coming through from them. But I think I'm not going to call them on this one. I think I'll keep my eye out on it's a tough one. Wave Esports maybe? No, maybe Wave's not playing. So I think I would go for I'm trying to go for a mid team. Say okay, maybe not mid, like middle of the table or general ranking. Let's go for the World of Battle.
All the battle. Okay. No, look, I can totally understand that. I mean, they brought in some wild numbers yesterday. So, Wednesday. I'm gonna keep saying that. It's like we haven't been gone for a whole 24 hours. But hey, here we are. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye out. I think on. You know what? I'm gonna say Blackjack, and I'm gonna say RUKH Esports. Because I feel like they've been cooking a little bit of something. And we know Blackjack Esports, I know Lag's not here, but they were gunning for Lag. I mean, they full sent Lag, time in and time out. So I feel like they've got some confidence to work with.
Yeah, I feel like that is something they've been cooking. But Blackjack Esports, now you're doing it on Sanhok.
No. This is you. This can't be me. I haven't seen this until you came. It is you.
No, this is Ez doing it again on the map of Sanhok, jinxing and bringing the water zones. Love to see it.
Sorry.
But anyway, we do have that early skirmish, which I wasn't actually expecting to see. It's going to be Greedy and this idea of Smash team. Now that I mentioned the 2 teams involved, I'm no longer surprised as to why this fight is happening. The grenade coming through from Zoxy, but one coming through from Elias would be the double dose as the players there from Smash team now finding themselves at the huge advantage going against this idea of Greedy.
Oh, you can see it is tough here for GREEDYFORKILLS. Yes, they might be third on the overall standings, but now they might be just chilling in the lobby, waiting for everyone else to join them potentially. Nossa trying so desperately to hold on, but Smash have literally just smashed the doors right on open and have already taken down GREEDYFORKILLS, which I am loving to see from Smash. I feel like they've been so close. They've really had those shining moments, and then they just haven't been able to finish it off. So yes, it was a very close fight, but they pick up 4 eliminations in the immediacy here of Sanhok. But now the mind weapon comes and spoils my fun, so thanks for that. Meanwhile, Mo Esports, a little bit of a split here. Hates has got a lot on their plate. Thankfully, their teammates have backed them up, so TIMEOUT is in a bit of danger of losing Hazard.
Yeah, interesting to see Mo Esports now having more than 1 player form up on an engagement. We're seeing about 3 players now. That is nice to see. Playing a little bit carelessly, Bomb, but it does look to be playing more confidently. And this is the kind of energy you want to bring into Sanhok. And I feel like for Mo Esports, they've decided to stop showing that fear that we would normally see from them on the normal ground. Most of these teams can tell the type of team that is pushing up to them from the way the team is behaving. Right? Normally, we would see Mo Esports, play a little bit passively, but now we're seeing Mo Esports now look more confidently on the push. They will lose one. Now it's going to slow down things a little bit as the rest of TIMEOUT find their way into this compound.
It's going to be an interesting one. We know Mo Esports, they have been picking up some good pacing here on Sanhok. It seems to be one of the only maps that they just really showcase their best energy. So I wouldn't want them to go out so early. We said it. I'm a little bit protective of them because we want to see that push. We want to see these teams fighting for those top 16 slots in the last possible moments. And it's going to come down to this. Mo Esports already finding Ragnar. Now a little bit of a run around. Bum trying to find this angle onto what's TIMEOUT. Nice reaction. There we go. Hazard goes down. And this is an opening now for Mo Esports to finish off TIMEOUT here.
The balance or the scale has been tipped as Society of Mo Sports now find a little bit of an advantage. It's now 2v2 or maybe 2v3 if I'm not mistaken, as we already see bullets shots going out towards the side of Mo Sports, as Mido now has to hold down the forwards, delay a little bit, allow Abdullah get that revive up onto his teammates. But the side of Mo Sports very low on the util, and that revive doesn't look to be too possible on their side.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one here. This is going to bring in some very interesting points now for Mo Esports to try and work on. I mean, it's going to be reduced down to 3 in terms of utility. Just look at the lack, rather, of health and consumables they have to work with. We've got game sound as well, so now things are going to start heating up. Buyer's going to be moving on in. They've heard, unlike us, everything that's happened here. They know what is going to be going on. They want a piece of the action, and they're getting closer and closer to potentially running that third party. And if that does happen, I'm going to say a timeout are going to have a very difficult opportunity to try and get themselves out of this, because they are literally sandwiched between Vampires and Mo Esports.
Everybody had the idea of playing towards this northeastern edge, given the fact that CRYPTICS are not in the lobby. You've got to admire the amount of respect coming from these teams, because the position we're seeing from all of these teams is not one we'll see on a normal ground, right? So them playing this way is interesting to see. And Vampire is not even wasting any much time, finding a way straight up into that vicinity to try to get themselves a little bit of third-party action. It's just it's just lovely to see. Timeouts would be the ones in the vicinity for the time being, as we can already see the push coming in closely. Shots will be coming through as Ragnar is able to find one knock and make that 2, as the auto shot in the hands of that man is an absolute monstrosity. He's got more jump shots coming through from outside the window, and Ninja bullets trying to hold up. Yazan would fall, and it's just one more player left for the side of Vampires. They are aware of timeout and they want to continue up on this push, but Ninja now has to hold down the forge through the side. Ragnar would show up and he will get the wipe. 5 eliminations to the name there for timeout, and they're beginning to step up.
Vampires are going to be limping after this. I mean, again, we have to remind you, they started this. They were the ones who went and they wanted to throw hands. They were asked for this. And unfortunately, it turned on its head so quickly. It really gave an opportunity for Mo Esports as well, just to back on out and rotate out of that situation. So Mo will be able to escape with their 1 elimination. RUKH Esports, in the meantime, have also just found a little bit of success finding the mind weapon and punishing a little bit of that. But Alzar out in the open, and unfortunately quite alone. I would say a little bit afraid as well. Titans over here, again, this is such a northern rotation. We can see, that zone, it is tough. We are basically cutting the zone from the possible play area. We have taken away about 40% of it, just thanks to the water. So now teams, unfortunately, have very limited options in terms of how they are able to actually approach this. So we should be seeing a lot more of those early engagements much sooner than we would normally expect. So Sanhok, I'm just saying, this is why we like to start with it, because it brings the chaos.
Thanks to the water or thanks to Ez? Anyway, whichever one, pick whichever one works best for you. Or maybe thanks to ground, Either way, it is a theory that we are still about to verify. The side of Team URUS looking to have themselves rotating in vehicles. You guys to love that one. Not too often do we see vehicles in play in the map of Sanhok, but it does allow them a lot of flexibility in terms of getting into the circle. Not too much stress. So you love to see that one. Mo Esports already going for that shoreline play. As I like to say, you cannot go wrong with the shorelines, but it does look like they're not the only ones with that idea. We do see the side of RUKH also playing somewhere close to those northern shorelines.
I think a lot of the teams are going to be really kicking it to the coast here, because, again, we still have so much water in play. It has definitely gone down from that 40% to 60% split, and now we're looking more at a 20 to 80, but it cuts down your water, it cuts down your line of sight that you can work with on these teams. So if you can take a hold of that coastline, as long as no one's taking any boats, which right now I don't see any, then you've pretty much got yourself covered. You don't have to worry about any team pushing from behind you. It's just about those coastal lines and obviously the cover from the west to the east. Now, Arab Golden, they have moved on in. This is quite a close contention in terms of how close they are to RUKH Esports as well. You can see RUKH keeping an eye out on that location, trying to spot out where exactly Arab Golden have taken refuge. But they have potential here, just like Triple Esports. Look at this, so cheeky. They're moving up on the Mind Weapon. Nice sneak is going to find White Boy. Now all of a sudden, the Mind Weapon, immediate clapback to find Chemo. But this is still a disadvantage for the Mind Weapon. They are fighting a 2-on-3.
The trade is not quite even yet. Triple Esports, though, losing one earlier. And this is where it starts to become concerning for this idea of Triple. You know, normally we'd see Triple being able to keep up a full squad when they go into engagements. But right now, it does seem like these teams are catching them a little bit off on surprise. But they catch them surprised. There we go. Yeah, they catch them surprised many of the times. And now they start to lose players. Kimu's going to be the one to go down. He was able to get one elim at least, putting them at the advantage in this engagement. And it does look like Triple Esports want to fully commit to this one. The Mind Weapon, watching all of this one happen. Azar would take some shots, would find the knock. Even in the tides now, it's a 2v2. Grenade in hand, looking to pull that one. But the door has to go down first as Triple Esports. I'm pretty sure right now they are expecting that nade. Still wondering why he hasn't carried him. Re-knock.
Oh, Zar now also finding just a bit of an opportunity here with that knock now. That nade coming in. Triple Esports now being swarmed almost immediately. This is going to be tough. The Mind Weapon holding on, finding two. Triple Esports, I mean, this is not what they were looking for. Again, we've had now two teams who have started these engagements and it has not gone the way that they wanted it to.
Yeah, it's not even gone in their favor in any manner. Triple Esports going for a 3-1 split with Old Boy on the other side of the water. Maybe it did not work. Actually, it did not work too well for them because eventually they needed those numbers, but they did not have it. Timeout already finding their way close to the side of Mo Esports. It's a question of if Mo Esports are expecting that rotation coming through from them. RUKH gathering a whole lot of information from that position they're holding, and it's just nice and lovely to see. That zone will continue to push up to the north. RUKH, they're looking very good into this circle, and we can already see the push coming in through from the side there of Titan as they're making their way into the boot camp area, facing up the guys there from the World of Battle.
I'm definitely liking the zone in just in terms of the capability that these teams have. But Titans, as we said, they are moving on in and out from the blue zone. Currently down with 4 players as they are still keeping them alive somehow, some way. We'll see if the World of Battle have anything to say about that. But so far, they have been the ones suffering at the hand of Titans, who have already reduced them down to only 1. Mohammed here is going to get finished quite off easy. And yeah, this is now the situation that we have at hand. Vista Gaming just reaching across, trying to find that opportunity for a third party, or potentially just to delay Titans from moving in. Kron sneaking out here in the warehouses. Titans still fighting the likes of Vista. Cacao has really been a bit of a thorn in their sides as they're just trying to get themselves safely into the zone. But we'll see if they'll manage it. If they do decide to cross the water, I think they'll have a better entryway in, but then they have to take that risk, right? Then they have to swim out in the open and potentially give any of these surrounding teams an opportunity to take them out. So they might just have to fight their way through Vista and Arab Golden.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, Titans gatekeeping the World of Battle, Vista Gaming gatekeeping Titans, and then Arab Golden is looking to be gatekeeping the side there of Vista Gaming. It's a whole load of gatekeeping happening on that southeastern edge of the circle as we see the players there from Mo Esports go out to timeout on that surprise rotation going through on that northern edge. We do see the side of URUS looking to make it into the center of the circle. They're holding some beautiful high grounds. And there's the side there from RUKH holding it in those compounds. I'm really looking forward to seeing how RUKH Esports would play from there because those compounds quite open.
Quite open indeed. Or URUS just holding on, finding a good angle there over towards Smash Esports, who have already got enough to deal with. They got the entirety of Blackjack Esports now, all of a sudden, that they need to try and take out. But Titans, we will be saying it, but that looks like they won't be having as good of a Sanhok as you would have wanted them to, Krauls. And Smash, unfortunately, will be joining them as well.
Are we beginning to see Day 1 Titan again? I hope not. I really hope not. And maybe it's just Grounds caster cursing now because the World of Battle, one way or the other, now have just one player left. So, yep. Apologies. I'm not caster cursing, I promise.
Dan, you can't say that. That makes it worse. then you're asking the casting gods to make it worse. So please, careful what you say. You never know what's gonna happen. But I mean, this has been such a quick match. I mean, we've basically been in Sanhok for 10 minutes. We've already lost 5 teams. We're already going through into a wild stage 4. And these teams just have so much more chaos right up ahead of them. We'll wait to see. That zone is actually going to be closing over towards a little bit more of the land. We still have about 10% water to deal with. However, this is where I start to worry about Black Hand. They have to make the rotation either over across the bridge or take a swim. Triple Esports with Old Boy, they're also still in the water.
Yeah, and I know Blackhand to be that team that likes to go for late rotations, but at this point I'm beginning to be surprised because I'm like, why are they still in that team area of the map? I'd have expected them to have at least 2 players on the other side of things, trying to gather as much information as possible on every part of the circle, but right now it does look like they're at least be blindsided. But we'll come back to that one. VISTA Gaming going up against the side of Arab Golden. VISTA would lose 1 as Arab Golden continue on that third party, or sorry, make that gate keep coming through, but there's third party active from the side of Blackjack Esports as Abud would be the first to fall, and grenades keep landing towards this position.
Kakao also not in a great opportunity. I mean, just behind them, it is the blue zone right up ahead of them. They've got an angle on towards Arab Golden, and Arab Golden has, of course, the exact same. Blackjack Esports also reaching across once again. Wanted, going to be jumping into the vehicle. Looks like they want to put some distance between them and Vista. Blackjack Esports taking a hit after hit here from Timeout. So everyone just fighting for supremacy here of this northern reach to about eastern reach of the zone. Yeah, towards the outskirts, and there's not a lot of compounds on the side left still in zone. If we move towards the north, where RUKH are currently holding, yes, they have a little bit more to work with, but for now, it's just hilltops, it's open spacing. We can say goodbye to Triple Esports. I mean, they reduced down to 1, and Black Hand ran right through them, so we can understand it.
I don't understand it a little bit, except that Old Boy did bleed out to the zone, so that means Blackhand still holding 0 elim. Same thing can be said about the side of Arab Golden, and I was about to say Arab Golden, they had so much intel on the circle, and I'm surprised to see that they still have 0 eliminations, but it does look like they're looking to increase those numbers. That's going to be a mistake low toss coming through from quality, as he's not quite able to get that one, but the third party is imminent. 1 player would fall, and here comes the side of URUS as Wise looking to get a little bit of shots in that position. I'm impressed to see the way Blackjack Esports are playing together, grabbing those revives, trying not to lose the numbers advantage as they continue to find their way into the circle from that east. It's interesting.
It's absolutely interesting. You know what's even more interesting? Timeout. They're up with 8 eliminations. That is how active they have been with these third-party opportunities. Now, rotation can be heading through. Teams trying to scramble to find better oppositions. You can see Crone out in the open has finally managed to get into zone and is going to be immediately greeted by Zeke. So we say goodbye to the world of battle almost immediately. Timeouts holding that new zone as well as RUKH. We've got at least 1/2 of URUS that also have a position within this new phase. The rest have to move on in for that rotation. RUKH Esports running that 2-2 split with Arab Golden here towards the south, right alongside them. It'll be very interesting to see if we see that engagement coming through or if we're going to have to wait until they enter the zone.
Quite surprising to see the amount of teams that are not currently in this new circle, which is quite understandable. We just got the shift, but Arab Golden, they've had to fight so much going into the circle. Now they have to face up against RUKH, but Wanted will get traded on as he gets that knock up onto Bronsberg. But RUKH Esports, we know them. They are runners and gunners, and we can already see them doing the damage. Even in the tides, making sure they still have a little bit of an advantage. But with only 2 seconds left on the clock, or make that 0 now, it becomes a lot of trouble getting into that next circle, moving into the circle as the blue zone is going to be hot on their tails.
Oh, yeah, you can say that almost immediately. And Nade just going to be dropping at the feet of Eagle. Arab Golden now for a recovery. And they definitely want to get as many of these members up as possible because they have to deal still with RUKH and they're fighting into this next phase. RUKH will be losing 1 member though, so Arab Golden, they're holding on.
Yeah, they are holding on, but they cannot get blindsided or tunnel visioned right now. They still have to chase that blue zone. They still have to get into it. This is stage 5. Just touching it would take off so much damage. It's going to be more than a pinch. And with URUS Esports having Wise ready to play Sacrificial Lamb, or well, not anymore, as he would fall, the side of Arab Golden, they're holding on to their ends quite nicely. They're getting the knocks, but not quite the elimination, and it is a tough rotation coming through from them. They're down to just 1, or make that 2 in quality and Eagle, but Eagle now would fall. Quality the last player left, and his HP trickling down as he finds a way into that circle. The side of URUS, they've got numbers to spare, but RUKH Esports are here for the third party. as Arab Golden starts to drink the blue zone and quality would bleed out to it.
Oh, just checking out the eliminations here on Blackjack Esports. They're also up to 8 now as we say goodbye to Arab Golden. Black Hand, in the meanwhile, also taking that engagement up against RUKH. This is happening here towards the northwestern side. As we can see, some of the few compounds that were still left so far are now isolated from that zone. We tune into that action as it stands, and Hazam and Ghazi now need to pick this back up, or we will be saying goodbye to them. But look at Black Hand, just out in the open. They only have smokes and this little hilltop to work with.
Trying to delay the push coming through from RUKH with the Molotovs. RUKH not quite looking to opt for that revive yet, as we can see a lot of information coming through from again. He does know that the shots could come through the smokes. He will be going back, crawling back for a little bit of a revive, but Black Hand would be able to get their stun as the push is going to get started. A little bit of an isolating play coming through, but Azem would find one player and make that two. A Storm would fall, and it's just one player forward left to hold on the fort for Black Hand. Azem with the pre-fire is going to delay him, distract him enough for Ghazi to come in from behind to get the knock, and talk about the beautiful defense and hold coming through from RUKH.
I was a bit unlucky. I thought Black Hand actually saw that knocked member from RUKH actually creeping into the building, so they had an idea that maybe there was someone there trying to go for the res just with that peek through the smoke, but it didn't look like when they finally made that push that was actually communicated or even seen. I'm not too sure, but that will be unfortunate. We do take a look then at our top 3. It is RUKH Esports, TIMEOUT, and RUKH. Again, in terms of eliminations, TIMEOUT currently leading with 11, which is something I wouldn't have called
at all. This isn't something I would have actually seen. You know, timeouts, they team with so much fluctuation. You know, we saw a little bit of display coming through from them in phase 1, where they showed us that they know how to grab elims, they know how to also get into the zone. I've not really seen them pull up this type of performance ever since then, but right now it does look like they're tapping into that one. Still need elims coming through as they increase the elimination up to 12 now, but RUKH Esports are looking very strong on that southern edge. So much third party work being done. A grenade coming through from Mido Woodland, but it's a little too far from Azem. But that's the thing, Azem's HP very low. All he just needs is the sound of the grenade and he will just fall.
Absolutely, and those nades are getting ever closer. But again, in the situation, I mean, RUKH Esports, they not only have the numbers, but they have the better position. They have the better win conditions moving into this final zone, potentially to take that win-winner chicken dinner for RUKH, for Hazem. I don't know how long they're going to be surviving, but we are going to say goodbye to Abdul as we take a look at this 1v1 situation between TIMEOUT and RUKH. But again, RUKH, they move in for the finish. They find that last member, and now it's only Mido.
9 eliminations, looking to make it 10, and they will, as they get themselves the first chicken dinner of the day. Backing it up with 10 eliminations, RUKH Esports, I want to say RUKH is back.
Oh, we love to see it. 11 eliminations, and of course that 1.9k damage. They definitely stepped it. And like I said, just in that final zone, they had better positioning, better numbers, and they ultimately had so many more angles on towards the remaining members. They definitely played their rotations to perfection, and they're going to be very happy with that start of the day. Sanhok, it doesn't disappoint, it just brings the chaos.
And I'm just saying it, where has this RUKH Esports been? We've been waiting for 1 whole week and 2 days to see this RUKH Esports awaken, but you know, they've not really shown us. And right now, they are looking to show us a tip of the iceberg. And I'm like, we keep saying this. We get that you're trying to hide a little bit of strategies for the finals, but still, you need to put up the games because there is still that bonus points up for grabs.
Look, you can even play that comparison between RUKH Esports and Arab Golden or Vista Gaming. Because they were given that space, they were left alone. All the way from about stage 4 to stage 5, there was no one fighting them. They were the ones sneaking up on everyone else, getting information, building up their plan, and then all they had to do at the end was execute it. So it might have something to do with, you know, a little bit of that RNG falling into their hands, or just, again, their early rotations as they were planning out this final phase. But if they can bring that clinicality into the rest of the games, we could be, again, seeing that phase 1 RUKH Esports. We know they have what it takes to keep it up, but let's go take a look and see exactly how they won that out. I'm telling you, they just had everything going for them into those final moments. But fantastic work from Timeout Esports. We also have to say for them to pick up that eliminations. I think RUKH Esports and Timeout might be tied, although maybe just one ahead for RUKH Esports. But we'll have to wait and see what those match rankings look like to see what the math is going to be telling us.
Yes, sir. We did see RUKH Esports get 11 eliminations because they did take out that player there from RUKH, getting themselves 21 points in total. Timeouts will be going out with in second place, 18 points, just a little bit behind them. And Blackjack Esports also putting up good numbers up on board, able to get up to 13 points, and it's just nice to see. RUKH, despite finishing in third place, would get only 9 points, with Vista Gaming getting 5, Blackhand with 4, 3 coming through from placement, and Smash Team getting 4 points as they're able to hold up in 7th position.
Not bad at all. But you can see it's a very top-heavy Sanhok. I mean, with all of these teams picking up these eliminations, we'll have to wait and see what the second page were able to pick up. And I mean, not too many customers heading towards the donut shop. It's only really Vampires and Greedy4Kills, who we know had a pretty wild early phase of Sanhok. So it's no surprise that we see them on this side of things. Titans and Triple Esports and Mo Esports, 11th, 12th, and 13th, respectively. Krans, tell me, what are you thinking about that?
I'm scared. Scared for this idea of Mo Esports. Concerned about this idea of Triple Esports and Titan Gaming, right? And I'm just saying for Titan, I'm hoping we're not seeing that Titan Gaming that is not doing too well. And to an extent, I feel like on day 2, Titan Gaming just wanted to show us that, oh, we actually know how to play Sanhok. But we're deciding not to really show that Sanhok. Because I feel like they already made their statement in Sanhok, right? So going into today's games, maybe, just maybe that's why they didn't play that well.
I mean, again, if we talk about the general rankings, they're about 100 points ahead of everyone else. So who knows? We'll have to wait and see what Titans have in store for us, as well as the rest of the teams, while we take a short break just to get, ourselves ready for this double dose of Erangel. We'll be right back.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Africa Spring 2023. Sanhok, I'm telling you, this is the best day of the week because we start with Sanhok and it is absolutely chaotic. But of course, we know this is a wild, wild tournament crowns. And again, why are we here? Why is the only reason we are able to actually do this?
The only reason why we're able to do it is because of our amazing sponsors, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner in the PMPL Africa Spring Split 2023.
Absolutely. Good answer. You get an A on the test. We'll have to wait and see what the exam says. But for these teams, they have still yet to finish their test. We've only got one map done of this weekend's worth of 15 maps in total. Of course, we only have 4 maps per day for these teams to try and get some points. And now going into this Erangel, we know the likes of Group E are actually going to be joining us. So we're finally going to be able to say hello to the likes of Wave Esports, CRYPTICS, and the like to see what they're going to be bringing into their double helping of Erangel. And I mean, Sanhok, wild, right? I mean, to see TIMEOUT, RUKH Esports getting to the top. Now we have to go into Erangel, and all of a sudden we want to try and predict which team is going to be taking that winner chicken dinner. I don't know about you, Crowns, but I can't even try and guess at this point.
I mean, given the fact that I mentioned Wave Esports in the first game, I'm going to keep my Wave Esports because really I want to see Wave Esports do well. And I'm saying this because we've seen Wave Esports be that team that struggle or show, like, fight one way or the other to make it into that top 8, top 6, top 5 position. They always want to stay close to that. Hence why I feel like Wave Esports, they are set up for a good game heading into this Erangel.
Yeah, I'm also going to back Blackjack Esports because they picked up some wild eliminations over towards Sanhok, and I feel like they might be able to do that again into Erangel. You know, it's fairly green. You know, they're kind of matching in that regard. But of course, Group D will not be joining us. So, I mean, the likes of Mind Weapon, RUKH Esports, Smash Team, and Black Hand don't get to have a double dose of Erangel today. They will have to only settle for one, and a double dose, of course, of Miramar later. Moving into this first Erangel, I do think it's going to be very important to see what those early engagements are going to be looking like, because on Sanhok, again, so many hot drops, so many early fights that we saw from these teams just picking up eliminations left, right, and center, whether that is because of the drop sites or, again, this wild zone to flight path combination that we keep seeing. I don't know how the teams are going to be bringing in that energy into Erangel.
Yeah, I think in Erangel it should be chill in terms of like the early phases, but I can tell that there'll be scrappy points here and there because you don't just come out of a Sanhok game and decide to calm down. I don't think that's how it works, right? I feel like these teams are going to have to keep showing us that prowess that they've been able to show coming out of that Erangel game.
And I mean, the previous weekend was wild as well. Last weekend, we also saw just crazy eliminations, crazy engagements. You know, we were talking about different teams again rising to the top. I mean, Triple Esports had a very tough time on that double dose of Erangel last week, and I'm hoping it's not going to happen again today because, as we said, Triple Esports, Titans, and the likes of MEA Esports didn't have the best of Sanhoks in terms of what we saw just Wednesday. So moving into Erangel, there really needs to be a step up. And again, I'm still going to focus on the likes of MEA Esports, right? Or anyone that is sitting into that bottom 4 of the overall rankings, because every map is that much more important for them.
MEA Esports, Virtual Gaming Squad, Timeout, the Mind Weapon. I've got my eyes on you. I'm going to chip in a little bit of Smash Team in there and maybe decide there of Team URUS also, chipping those names in there because these are teams that actually need to pull up good points going into this next couple of games that we've got right now. And I feel like if there's one team that would be so pained right now, I think it's going to be Titan because they don't get the double dose of Miramar today.
Yeah, there's a few teams that are going to be kicking themselves in the back. But of course, in terms of those bottom 4 teams, as we mentioned them, we mentioned Smash, we've mentioned MEA Esports, but Vampires and Timeout are the other 2 sitting in the bottom 4. Vampires actually currently having the toughest time to try and climb the rankings. And we know on Sanhok as well, they got taken out so early on. They had the right idea, trying to pick that fight and trying to start something, but it didn't work out for them. It's just, I don't know what the execution problem was there, whether it was communication, just positioning, or just, you know, the team sometimes just hitting better shots than you. It happens. Sometimes teams just have a better day. But moving into Erangel, moving into the rest of this week, they need to lock it down.
Yeah, they really need to start putting those points up on board. And I think in that Sanhok game, it was a situation of not gathering as much intel on that compound before heading in, because they actually started to lose players on the outskirts. They started to lose players from the off angles and third parties. So that was pretty much not the best of ways to push in. And I feel like if you're going to go in for a third party, I think your call for that push should be the elimination feed.
Absolutely. You need to just keep a track of what's happening. And of course, sound cues, they help out as well. And with that sound, I can hear the plane, which means I can see Erangel, which means we're going to be getting ready for this fantastic double dose. Of course, Titans will be joining us for this first match, so they have that opportunity to showcase a little bit of something. Vampires as well, bringing in some wild action, hopefully. We can see the elimination counts. It's Blackhand and Titans all day, every day, baby. And it makes sense when you take a look at the overall rankings for this week.
I already said it. The battle for the one-man army is on. The battle for the MVP is also on, as we're seeing all of these players putting in the numbers, putting in the work. Well, let's talk about that play path, as it's one of those southern ones, taking us all the way from the open fields of Quarry all the way to the waters of Muta Power. And seeing that we've been seeing more esports go for a little bit Quarry drop or Quarry split, gets me concerned, given that they have the likes there of Triple Esports also in the vicinity. We do know like Triple Esports will have that one player outside on the outskirts trying to find a vehicle, and we can see the same thing too for the side there of Mo Esports, as we can already see. I believe that is Bomb Bomb also looking for a vehicle out there on that western edge. So I really hope they can. Oh my God, what's this one?
I'm telling you, I don't know what's going up. We've got a very eastern zone. At least it's not too far off from the flight path, but of course, a lot of the teams that really do favor that western side, they better hope they find those vehicles soon, because they need to get driving. They need to be gunning over in towards this eastern side. Man, can you imagine, though, if we had Blackhand playing this map? They would be salivating for this zone, because they normally take that Yasnaya Poliana drop side. And now, I swear it's every time they're not in Erangel. Every time they're not in Erangel, we get the zone.
Well, I guess the side of Blackjack Esports would be thankful for that, because they get a lot of space to play with on that northern side. So they pretty much like there's no Blackhand who can creep in behind us, so we should be just fine. So I feel like this is going to be a good game for Blackjack Esports, given the amount of space that they're already awarded to get things started out here in this game.
We need to be careful, Blackjack Esports, and careful of Wave Esports, because those are our two predictions. So they need to do us. They need to do well for us, please, and for themselves, but mostly for us, right?
Yep,
Because we need to look
definitely
good
for
in
us.
terms of predictions.
For
But of
us the
course-
most.
Yes, of course. I mean, forget about the tournament. Just do well for us. Thanks. Okay. Let's take a look at some of the drop sites that we actually have to work with. In terms of Vampires, of course, they're taking their usual drop site over towards Hospital. There is some sort of scouting happening towards that southern point of Georgia Pool where CRYPTICS currently lie. And again, Triple had one of those members over towards the outskirts looking for a vehicle, but Vampires are doing the same. So Mo Esports needs to be very careful with how they push on up. Otherwise, they can either find Vampires or Triple Esports earlier than what they would like. And this would obviously be in the capacity of a solo player finding one of these teams. So we'll have to wait and see if that actually is going to be happening. Ultimately, for the rest of the teams, I'm not really seeing anything major for concern. Yes, this western side is looking a little bit dodgy with Vampires, Mo Esports, and Triple. But the rest look pretty respectful, look pretty well split up.
And I'm a little bit worried-ish, because URUS Esports, right? You know, normally we would see URUS go towards Gatska area, but right now we do see them all in vehicles driving all the way to Yasnaya. And I enjoy it because Yasnaya currently is in the circle. There is no Blackhand in the lobby. You have that free space to loot. But, you know, I'm a little bit worried as to how the rotations might go through for URUS, you know, rotating from an area where they don't land in too often. So I'm concerned about that.
Definitely going to be some concern moving into, I mean, the entirety of this Erangel. As we know, teams are running out of maps. Every single map that we play, we are one step closer to saying goodbye to 4 teams who don't make it into this season's edition of the finals. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure riding on these teams. Hopefully they can keep up with it. Some of these teams have been around the block, you know, more than once. They've done this at least 3 times in a row just for Africa. So they definitely have the mental fortitude. The new challengers might have a bit of a tougher challenge, but so far they've been very impressive. We still have to take a look at that western zone. Still nothing really crazy. So happy to see, as you've mentioned, that Erangel, we are having a little bit more of a calmer spirit moving from these teams. We're not seeing all of those wild early engagements or teams doing hot drops. They are sticking to their roots. They are sticking to their drop sites, even with such an eastern zone.
Yep, and one thing I'm laughing because I'm looking at the map feed right now and I'm seeing Ra'ad sending already one player to Potato Hill. I'm like, oh, now
I know.
you guys see the importance of Potato Hill.
Finally, someone understands how important Potato Hill is. I mean, Black Hand, I'm telling you, that's why they had such a good game on Erangel just Wednesday, just Tuesday, because they used Potato Hill. No one else did. Everyone else avoided it like it was some sort of plague, but no. Finally, we have a team saying, okay, we see why it's a good drop site, especially in the zone. A lot of angles that they can work with.
And speaking of places you could work with, there isn't that much in this circle, right? Because when we start to see this eastern circle, it's a whole lot of open fields, barren lands, right? And I'm looking towards the center of the circle, towards the mansion area. We're also looking towards that library that we've got around there. And I got to ask you this question now. You know that big building in between shelter and mansion? Is it a library or is it a shopping mall?
Ooh. Yeah, I always thought it was a library. It's not, I don't know, but like,
okay,
I could see why it would be a shopping mall.
That makes two of two. If anyone in the chat knows what we're talking about, let us know what you call that part of the map. Is it a library? Is it a shopping mall? Is it anything else? Let me know what you call it. I think it's a library. I mean, it's got like the map of Erangel in the center. So, yeah, it does a cut. It meets the cut for a library for me in my books.
I would say so. I don't know. If it would be very tiny for a shopping mall, though. I don't know. I feel like malls would be a little bit bigger than that. Come on.
Maybe, it could be like a little
strip mall or
yeah,
like a
quick
little
one.
garage stop.
Yeah.
Just get some basic, bread and milk. That's all you need.
Yeah, exactly. Get a little bit of eggs out there, But this
Maybe
one
a
is
new
just going to
pan.
be exactly a new pan. But I'm pretty sure you cannot get tires in there. Anyway, that being said, we're already beginning to see rotations come through, and with rotations come rotational clusters. Hence why we're seeing the side of timeouts going against Ra'ad. And I feel like timeout is beginning to show that they're this team that thrives on early engagement. Like anything that has to do with an engagement in the early phases of the circle, they are counted. They're like, count me in for that one. And Ra'ad right now not quite making up their mind as to if they want to take this engagement or not. There is a trade of knocks as Rami would fall, and the same thing can be said about Mido. But again, showing up in the compound would be able to grab that full thirst onto the side of timeout. And now they know exactly who they're going up against.
Again, this is more important a engagement here for Timeout than it is for Ra'ad. Timeout, they're the ones in that bottom four in the general rankings fighting for the opportunity to get themselves into the top 16, whereas Ra'ad are currently in 10th. So for them, it is about bonus points in this week, and it's about a double nade for Hazard. This is what we love to see. Now if they find again, it is going to be that Hazem all of a sudden needs to push on in to try at least getting a res or two.
Well, the grenade would be the one to stop the push there coming through from the side of Ra'ad as they lose one more player. Hazem will be the last player left, and I don't think there is any reason for him to form up on this compound. He probably will just get into that vehicle and head out of there. This is 3 points sweet for the side there of timeout, as you can already see them claiming those thirsts. Hazem in the background, he's like, okay, you win this time around. We'll be back on another day.
He doesn't want any of that. He doesn't want to deal with any of timeout right now. They have done what they needed to do. They picked up these wonderful engagements, and Ra'ad is just having a bit of a Tokyo Drift battle, I guess, with Arab Golden. But timeout will be confirming those 3 eliminations. So, I mean, 3 for 3, they're going to be getting 3 elims. They're going to be relegated down to only 3 people. That's not too bad. Really not too bad. And with the rotation that they're going to be taking now, I think they should have a bit more time to work with. So I'm liking this. I'm liking this timeout that we're seeing.
You know what else they get? Is in 3s? 3 more vehicles. And anyway, we do already see that zone pushing all the way to that east. Because of S proxy, we have a little bit of water in the zone.
Not me!
And I feel like this game is beginning to look like a heavy blackjack zone, right? Because this is their territory, right? This is their area. We're beginning to see teams rotate. More esports already trying to find a way onto the shorelines. But we already see the Virtual Gaming Squad holding up a very solid position in the circle. They're able to get to the top of this roof, which means they can actually get a lot of sight lines. But with this roof, if you're on the roof, you could easily get third party. So I feel like with Virtual Gaming Squad, they have to be ready and on standby for those revives.
Oh, it's going to be a spicy one. I do want to see Blackjack Esports picking up some very, very good games, right? Because they've had these shining moments. They've had these moments that have made us just, you know, eat all of our words and all of a sudden respect the name Blackjack Esports. But now we need them to bring in as many points as possibly able to.
Yeah.
Mo Esports? What is happening here with Mo Esports? Bum Bum is just out on the count. Did their vehicles run out of fuel?
I think they were trying to make that long rotation onto the shorelines, which is not something that is very easy to make. And I understand why the side of Mo Esports are going for the shorelines. Playing for that later phase is what they seem to be doing so far. They'll be taking a quick stop at these compounds, and I kind of like them being in this compound because this compound is one of those hard compounds that is, or one of those compounds that is quite hard to push. It's not very, very easy to get yourself into this compound. Even after getting a knock, there's so many different angles you could get taken out of or taken out from. So I would keep my eye on Mo Esports to see just how well they'll be able to defend themselves in this compound.
Absolutely. Mo Esports, at least they will be able to get themselves situated, but of course we know they've got some neighbors to deal with. That, of course, is going to be the likes of URUS. Timeout. In the meanwhile, it looks like a vehicle explosion has gone down, and unfortunately that will probably be because Blackjack and Arab Golden. So, my goodness, in a matter of seconds, we say goodbye to Timeout, and that's all because of their choice of rotation. They ran into the perfect crossfire here between Blackjack and Arab Golden. Arab Golden still feeling the heat, however, as Blackjack have found another 2 knocks. However, I don't see them moving in for this. Right now, they've got such a good position in center zone, but they are going to try and reach, you know, see if they get lucky.
And this is what we're talking about this zone. There's so much barren land. The west is it's pretty much unplayable on the whole entire western side of the circle. So every other person has to play towards the podcast, play towards the mansion area, and you know who's out there. It is the side of Blackjack Esports. Arab Golden is also in the vicinity, and these guys are ready to take out anyone who goes into their line of sight. We do see other rotations coming through from the south. Our prison area, we've got the World of Battle just chilling out there. Titans making it all the way from the woodcutter log, making it closer and closer to that prison area. Has already seen the rotations coming in through, but here comes the full send P6 to open down the things, but the trade would come through as Otto is able to reciprocate the action. Crouching coming through from him will not be enough to hold down Axer. Mohammed does get felled. Hazem will be the last player left. His HP trickling down solo, and now he has to fall back. But talk about an aggressive push coming through from the Titans.
This is what we love to see, just a little bit more energy and an opportunity here for Titans, but they are still taking losses. We can see just hit after hit, and the World of Battle not making it easier. Arthur, though, will be going down. Titans at least have found one for all of their troubles. Looking now for these reses, and now maybe having to retreat as those nades come flying on in. Thankfully, they don't connect, and the players who just got rest are still up and Adam. Greedy4Kills, hello? When did you get this invitation to the party?
Right? I'm like, who called you here? The World of Battle will be the one to go down in all of that crossfire, and I'm pretty sure that's not on me, but whatever. Vista Gaming coming in at the perfect time for the third party. I like the angles that they're holding, but with Titans holding this 2-2 split, it almost makes it very hard for the side there of Vista Gaming to hold that position, and I like that they've instantly understood that one. Played more with the rocks, played more with the cover that they have, decided to take a little bit of a breather on this fight on that southern edge.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one. Vista holding such a good high rise. You can see just one little step forward could mean that they can get that angle onto Titans, but the split might be what saves them here. Punch is still out in the trouble lands. See a few shots heading on through. Blackjack Esports and Virtual Gaming, meanwhile, they're going at each other. We'll keep an eye out on that just on the sidelines while we take a look at this weird third party that's happening. Titans, unfortunately, getting sandwiched is going to force their options down to a very limited amount. Greedy4Kills. Doesn't look like they want to push on in, but they are scammering. They are trying to close on up this gap between Vista, or at least find an entryway just around it, potentially playing for that gatekeep.
Yeah, and that's one thing they want to see. Blackjack looking very, very comfortable in that mansion area. Another zone shift we're about to see. And if they, I don't think mansion is going to be too far off from it. I tell you, this is, I really want to just say Blackjack game. But right now they're holding that 2-1-1 split. And we do know like that position they're holding happens to be one of the only places in the zone that is playable. If we're not looking at the side of Mo Esports and where they're sitting. So all eyes would be on the side of Blackjack. And I think here comes the part where they have to ward off as many teams as possible or defend against as many teams as possible.
We also see Wave actually finding, I mean, a little bit of Titans, a little bit of lag. They are just sprinkling in eliminations wherever they see fit. Greedy4Kills still just peeking and prodding, just trying to get some attention here from VISTA. But this is, again, a situation where VISTA will have to move through or around Greedy4Kills if they want to get themselves into the zone. So they need to get an opportunity here, maybe a knock, and then actually capitalize on that before Greedy4Kills just absolutely bombard them out of this position.
Well, Greedy realizing that the zone is probably something they should consider. We already see them getting closer and closer to the zone. Wave Esports also on that southeastern edge looking to get in. Lag Esports playing as quietly as possible like we always see. CRYPTICS though holding a very long split out there on that northeastern edge. I'm beginning to get scared because CRYPTICS of recent, they've not really been showing that much strength whenever they go for that split.
It's been a bit quiet in the CRYPTICS camp, I will agree with you. We do know that everyone's prepping for these finals. We have seen that at least almost every single team has that capacity, has that opportunity to showcase some really wild games with crazy elimination counts, but whether or not it's going to happen in this week is going to be up to them. It's going to be up to the rest of these teams. Titans now, in the meanwhile, now that Vista's away, now that they have some spacing to work with, they can start to make their approach into the zone. Reno still left in this vicinity along with Fever. They are still waiting. They are just hunting. There is something else that's coming. They know there was more than just Vista to deal with. But where is Titans? Vehicles, the approach is going to be there. It's going to be making a lot of noise. Are they going to be stepping up for that shot? It doesn't look like it. They're going to let Titans on free into the zone.
Well, you jinxed it. You just have to call their attention to it. Puncher will be the one to go down behind the buggy as Axa will continue his drive. But here we go. He's going to jam with the side there of Vista once again. A burning vehicle is never something you don't want to shoot at. And Vista Gaming will take all sorts of shots towards that position, getting that final elimination. And the Titans would be sent back early once again going into today's games.
Seacrons, that's how you do a caster curse. If you ever need to know. There you got a prime example right there. Unfortunate here for Titans, but Vista and Greedy4Kills, they are still continuing their conversation, moving into the southern portion of the zone. It is a tough battle though. Again, look at all this vicinity. Look at the terrain they have to deal with. Vista literally in the trenches trying to hold on to the situation. But meanwhile, we'll have to wait and see what these third parties will say about it. Biscay, the next one up, is going to be holding themselves against Fever, even getting that immediate thirst. Nossa now up, and Nossa now down. Thank you to our Golden as we say goodbye to Greedy4Kills.
Well, CRYPTICS would also lose one player up on that northeastern edge, and this is what I'm saying. CRYPTICS would go on these splits, one player is in danger, and no one does seem to be getting even closer to them. And now Senke goes down on the east. It's getting concerning at this point what the CRYPTICS do whenever they go on these splits, because it's almost like every other person turns off their mics, and it's like, you know what, we're soloing this thing. You only live once. Whatever happens to you, happens to you. You've got to hold your edge. And if this is not how they're going to play in the finals, if they're just trying to say, you know what, let everyone just try to see how well they can play against this lobby, I almost want to support it, but I don't like it.
I don't like it at all. I want every single team to be putting their best foot forward. I mean, they have 4 days before the finals to, you know, bring in a little bit of something extra, or to bring in a bit of a surprise. So for now, just put your best foot forward. Let's see how many bonus points you really can grab. And again, I mean, all of these total points are going to add to that total tally. That's going to help in terms of, you know, saying PMGC qualifications later on. Cough. Let's get some points. But let's wait and see. Wave Esports here towards the eastern side. Behind them, we've got Virtual Gaming taking a little bit of that uphill battle. Virtual Gaming holding a nice compound, but this compound is not in zone. So if they're going to be holding this, it's going to be all for naught. They need to get a move on. They're going to be hearing Vista now, making that approach right on past them with the speed of any sort of bugging that you're going to be finding here on Erangel, because they need to get themselves into the zone.
I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here from Vista Gaming though. They've been that team that has just been driving to wherever they hear the shots, and they're just taking, like, they're absolutely conquering wherever they are. And I like that because, you know, going into day one, we said it was because of the space. Going into day two, they got choked up a lot and they fell to it. But right now, they are the ones taking all the fight towards all the teams in the lobby, and they do look to be doing quite alright doing that.
Petrox taking a few potential shots here. It's going to make a lot of noise. The Story knows that there's someone right up close and personal. A nice step up here from Petrox now to find that angle. Now looking for the rest, however. Where is Virtual Gaming holding? Lag Esports also going out, so we're immediately down to our top 8.
Vista Gaming now left to 2 players. One for one reason or the other. BSK stayed in that blue zone, but we've got Wave Esports going against the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. 2 grenades and Alpha Luigi is very low on HP. Does send one to do a lot of damage up onto Mustard, but will not stop Hemo from sending more, and that one would connect up onto Alpha Luigi. The rest of Virtual Gaming Squad looking to hold off an off angle on Wave Esports, but right now we know if there's one thing Wave Esports know how to do, they know how to hijack, they know how to steal stuff.
Oh yeah, no, they are one of the cheekiest teams. They have stolen 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, and now they're going to be looking to steal away Virtual Gaming's, well, life, unfortunately. One shot now down as the only member here for Virtual Gaming to hold on. And again, they've got their backs turned to Arab Golden, who could reach across at any moment and put an end to this. But it looks like Wave Esports are going to be hot on their feet. They want these eliminations for themselves, and they will grab it. 8 eliminations as our lobby leaders. With just 1 elimination behind them, it's going to be Vista Gaming. However, numbers are key. Blackjack Esports here from the south reaching in, and Arab Golden, this is not the rotation you want to see. Look at all of this line of sight that Blackjack have onto them.
Yeah, and Blackjack Esports were definitely waiting for this. Same thing can be said about Mo Esports, because they've been in the compound for so long, waiting for that zone to force all the other teams into the open fields, because they know their compounds that they're holding are pretty much the only strong positions in the circle, the only part of the circle that has cover. So it's down to who the zone favors, and it does look like it will be Mo Esports. Blackjack now have to move, but they have so much intel on what is going on in the circle.
Oh, just tap, tap, tap away. But here we go. There's at least a little bit of back off, okay? It's a warning from Arab Golden. Wave Esports, however, they've heard the shots. They've heard those connections. They know there's an opportunity for them. If they move on forward, they could potentially pick up a few more eliminations. But right now, the focus is getting themselves into the zone. They are so far stretched on the outskirts. Blackjack Esports also have a bit of a tougher time to find that footing in zone, trying to find a better opportunity. What I like right now, Crowns, we are into the top 6. We've got Mo Esports, of all teams, holding center zone.
The challenge is on. I really say the challenge is on. I want to see how many eliminations Mo Esports would be able to use. They have to play a lot of gatekeep, where they probably have 2 players watching that west, 2 players watching the east, given the amount of information that they have. But they really need to stay hot and they're on their toes. Wave Esports did not take advantage of that third party up onto the side of Arab Golden, and Arab Golden now have pushed up onto their position, taking down 2 players from their side. Wave Esports will be down to just 2 Petrox and 1 knock to hold down the fort. Blackjack Esports also looking for a way into that circle, as every other person now having to forcefully play on the edge.
Move on in, get yourself that opportunity in the zone is going to be the key here. Arab Golden, they've already had to make a split, running what it looks like a 2-1 split, with Eagle just in the back rise, trying to get closer and closer, keeping an eye on any stragglers rotating in. Wave, they've managed to find spacing. Again, still neighbors here with Arab Golden, so they could be reaching across, and there's the opportunity. Blackjack Esports, Arab Golden, take your pick. Now Wave gets involved all of a sudden, so it's not looking good for Arab Golden.
Yeah, not at all, not one bit. Like I said, Blackjack Esports, they had so much information on what is going on in the circle, and they're already beginning to act on that information. Oh, if that bike does go through with 2 players, I'd be surprised to see how they would end up. But URUS, though, they've been quiet on the west, and now they're taking in some shots. Eagle cannot get that HP down in time, and he would eventually bleed out as Arab Golden see their way back into the lobby. And now there's shots coming through from every direction. Blackjack Esports, now they're just finding out about URUS Esports, who's on that western edge.
Mo Esports being one of the only teams to actually hold a compound within the zone. So the focus here is, if any teams are feeling uncomfortable, if they're not finding that good angle, they are going to try and move into that center, taking that position away from Mo Esports. So the pressure might be on them quicker than you would think. We're going to say goodbye to Wave. Sorry, Crowns. Unfortunately, they only got into top 5, but hey, they did pretty well.
Well, they tried. They're inching closer and closer, and that's something that I love to see from them. Vista Gaming deciding that they would play very quietly on this part of the game, and I like that. That is something that is interesting. You don't have the numbers advantage, you have to work towards it, but it looks like URUS wants the smoke with the side of Blackjack Esports as they send it to the south, and that is the play coming through from them. There is no space in the circle, and they know that all they have to do is send it over and clear out all the teams on the east, but Blackjack is ready. Grenades will take down RUKH as they will continue to spam some more. The first would come through, third parties coming also, and URUS Esports realizing that this may have been a mistake.
All of a sudden, they are seeing their life flash before their eyes. We've got Blackjack Esports moving in, but hello! RUKH is going to be finding that angle onto MG and immediately over toward Hisk as well. Blackjack reduced down to 2. You can see Weiss building up an opportunity here. There's some revenge that could be just around the corner. They have that, waiting for that timing, but again, this is very tricky. If they reach on in, if they expose themselves for too much longer, they could be opening themselves to not only Blackjack but all of these surrounding teams. Mo Esports still blessed within the zone, still a little bit of that compound left into this next phase. But Blackjack Esports, URUS, they need to close things out. They can't both be moving in from the south.
Yeah, they cannot do it simultaneously. Movement would catch that nade and down he would fall as the rest of URUS now start to make their way towards this position by Blackjack Esports, and it does look like Blackjack, they are anticipating the amount of smokes. The defensive smokes coming through from Blackjack Esports is very impressive, blinding out the third party angles, taking in all of the shots going into that circle. That is just wonderful to see, and Weiss behind this rock, that is the only thing that is saving him from the side of Blackjack.
Don't be worried, we haven't heard much of Vista for so long, but Blackjack Esports, they are here to try and catch up to some of that elimination count that Vista's holding. Vista currently running around with 8. Blackjack here with 5. They've already taken down 2. Can they make it up to 8? If they could find Weiss, that would be it. Either reaching across if they go too far. What is Mo going to do about it? Weiss just along this high line. He's going to step on up with the shotgun in hand. DBS is going to find 1, but it's not going to be enough to get the rest. Now, Mo Esports, all of a sudden, they've got neighbors to deal with.
But then there's so much smokes blinding the side of Mo Esports, as Mo Esports will find one player there from Vista Gaming. It's Mozaro who would fall, but they would continue to exert the dominance on Blackjack Esports. His keys down, but Blackjack, one thing we've seen from them going through this day is how quickly they're able to grab their revives and remain as a 4-man team.
It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, we've got 2 4-man teams and, of course, the duo coming through from Vista. Not sure what they're going to be able to do into this one. We've seen some of these solos really pull off a wild clutch. Now, imagine what they can do with 2. However, Mo Esports and Blackjack, we'll have to see what they have to say about this. Mo going to be getting that confirmation on towards Blackjack. It's a 4v3, v2. And Vista, moving on in from that eastern side, for now has been left to their own devices. For them, what they need is Blackjack and Mo Esports to go head-to-head to start, taking each other down a peg, maybe doing a little bit of damage, just so that they can sweep in at the right time and pick up the elims. This is what they need to do with their number disadvantage.
So many trees inside, blocking almost all the views. Mo Esports, they are forced to play very passively because they cannot send it out of that building just anyhow. They are holding a split right now, which I'm not in support of. I would rather see them hold up as a full squad, send it towards the side of Vista, try to see if they can take out Vista and deal with that third party that might be coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports. But speaking of Vista Gaming, they have to get into the circle. Kakao has to get into that buggy, making his move onto the circle. Blackjack would not be able to quite find him yet, as it's kind of like a stalemate right now. Everyone is just relaxed.
Everyone is definitely very relaxed, but they're also waiting for the other team to make the mistakes. They do not want to be the ones taken advantage of. They want to be the ones with that third-party opportunity. Mo Esports now, maybe they heard you through the grapevine, because they are starting to regroup. However, it's making a lot of noise and giving that opportunity to MG to start picking away at the health bars. Nades being prepped on up. Will they be able to reach on across and find their mark?
Yeah, that's the question we've got in mind. Grenades are landing onto the side there of Blackjack Esports, but they would not quite go down to any. But Mo Esports continuing to throw those smokes, continuing to start to push little by little as they will face some players actually facing the side of Vista, and then the rest pushing up onto the side of Blackjack. Grenades are running towards the side of Blackjack, but Blackjack, they are way behind that ridge line because they know that is where the opponents would want to launch their grenades towards, but Molotovs would come through the zone where in the final one, Bomb would eventually find one knock onto the side of Blackjack Esports, and now they're feeling confident. Zik with the 249 in hand, trying to hold on, but the third party is very strong, and he's going to fall. Phoenix behind the tree. He's not been spotted quite yet as Mo Esports now. They start to take the shots, but Phoenix going through the blue zone will try to get a knock. Hates would get him on the drop shots, and Mo Esports now in a 3v2, but the players there from VISTA, they have capitalized so well on this one, and they're already pushing up closely. Vortex, he has to pin this nade down. The nade will go, would fall but not get the damage as we see the push. The Devil's Weapon in hand, Kakao would fall. Mozaro now in a 1v3 situation. Buggy just right beside him, and Mo Esports, this might just be their chicken. This might be their first win of the day as they start to spam the nades, but Mozaro would find one knock onto the side of Mo Esports. 2 players down for them, and now it's a 1v2.
Oh my goodness, we just blinked, and all of a sudden Mo Esports, the opportunity is up. Mozaro is going to make the dash for it, but Mo Esports, they don't get it. They don't get the connection. Hayes is going to be stepping up. He doesn't find the connection either. All of a sudden, this is a 1v1 scenario. This is for the winner chicken dinner. This is for Mozaro. This is for VISTA Gaming to pick up 14 eliminations. What is happening? Hansley's down to 1. One more nade, one more shot, and that is it for Mo Esports, as VISTA is going to be taking this winner chicken dinner.
Nomads, an absolute throw coming from the side of Mo Esports. How do you lose that? No revives, no meds, but they still did not play as a squad. The shock in our face. This is not just shock.
No, please keep talking. I can't. I can't.
Because this is not what we expected. Like, I could go on and on. They had the advantage, they had the numbers advantage. All they had to do was grab at least one more revive. But you've just got to admire the play from Mozaro there. Talk about patience. And I think this idea of Mo Esports, why are you in rush? It's a 4v2. They got one knock.
I mean, you can keep talking at this point. I don't... Okay, let's try and break that down. Look, I said VISTA Gaming, what they needed is Blackjack Esports and Mo Esports to go at each other, you know, do a little bit of damage. But Mo Esports, they cleaned up that fight against Blackjack so well. They only took one knock from that, right? Then we started to see VISTA Gaming move on in. They get that hit onto the second member of VISTA Gaming. Then it's a 3v1. And Mozaro is in the wrong place. He's on the other side. He needs to move on in. He needs to close that gap out in the open. Please, let's just go take a look at the highlights, because I can't. I'm just gonna give like a second of silence. That happened, yes. We had to look at it again, you know, I just had to double check the highlights if we saw wrong. You know, maybe we got things confused, but no, we didn't. Mo Esports, I'm so sorry to say they did not get that winner chicken dinner. Again, a great amount of eliminations for them. It's going to hit them hard, and I hope they check out the VODs, because that is wild. But we have to give it up to Mozaro. I mean... what a clutch. What a clutch. A 1v3 clutch.
That was a beautiful clutch, and you've just got to admire the switch of focus, the switch of aim that came through from Mozaro, right? Gets one player on the right and is ready for the next player on the left, and that is just interesting to see. Hansley with 0 meds even just added bread and added more butter to the bread. That was a very beautiful play coming through from VISTA. I like the fact that they capitalized on that third party onto the side of Blackjack, because Mo Esports got the knocks, but Blackjack Esports, but VISTA Gaming got the thirst, which means the eliminations go over to the side there of VISTA. But let us see those overall rankings and see just how many points these teams were able to get.
Oh, that was just, it was spicy. I mean, let's take a look at it. VISTA Gaming with 14 eliminations. The steal from Blackjack, the steal from Mo Esports. It was spicy, man. It was spicy. 24 points for them to add over to that overall tally. Blackjack Esports not far off behind, but pretty far off, right? I mean, it's an 11-point drop from a duo. VISTA Gaming, again, had the least numbers going into that final top 3.
Like, just just shoot as a
Wild.
squad. I don't want to talk about this anymore. URUS Esports able to put 9 points up on board. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. Wave Esports able to put on 11, so I'll take it regardless. We do see those numbers trickle down to 3 on this first page, so we pretty much know what we're expecting when we head over to that second page.
Some teams were looking for a little bit of the donut shop action, right? You know, it's a long night. They need a snack or two, but it will only be vampires in the world of battle actually to find that snack, as the rest of the teams, one way or another, picked up 1 to 2 points. So not too bad in terms of, I guess, your overall morale moving into the first double shot of Erangel. But we know we've got another Erangel just behind this one, unfortunately. As we take a look at it, we are going to have to say goodbye to the likes of Group D. They're not, well, hello to the likes of Group D to actually make their debut. And unfortunately, some teams will have to sit out and they won't be able to get that double dose. But what a wild wrangle.
Yeah, very, very wild Erangel that we saw. We saw a lot of wild plays in the Erangel. The zone was wild to even get things started. And part of plays that we saw giving wild gameplay was the side of CRYPTICS, right? We saw them go for that very wild split that they go for. It did not quite play out well for them. They only got 1 point to head out of this game. And I really don't want to see this one. Triple Esports have not... confused.
Yeah, I was almost just as confused as what we saw there, but hey, just a reminder of what we saw on the second page. There it is. I mean, yeah, first wrangle of the day. This is why I like Fridays. We start off with Sanhok, then we carry over that little bit of chaotic energy into the first double dose of a wrangle, but we know we still have that 1 more dose of a wrangle, and that's going to be the opportunity for the likes, of course, of Group D to finally get a chance on a wrangle like Black Hand, Smash Team, RUKH Esports, and the Mind Weapon. They can move on in for a bit of an opportunity. Whew, but we definitely do need a break just to reset ourselves, to process a little bit, get some water, because that was wild, and we'll be right back with our third map of the day. Hello and welcome back to PMPL Africa. It has been a wild ride. Let me just tell you, if you've missed the first two matches, go back. Just go back and watch it, okay? We're going to be talking for a little bit now. Just go watch the ending bit of Erangel. Go watch the ending bit of Sanhok. It has been crazy to witness what these teams have been bringing into the final moments of these maps. We obviously just had our first Erangel of the day, second map of the day, where Vista Gaming stole everything. They stole eliminations from Blackjack. They stole eliminations from our Esports. And then they stole the winner chicken dinner. I mean, we gave it up to Wave Esports for being the cheekiest team, but I think we need a new crown. We need a new cheeky king, and that is going to be Vista Gaming.
Hey, I'm the only crown. Anyway,
Hey.
that being said, we did actually see Vista Gaming show us so good of a play heading into that game. And I'm saying that because early on in the phases when they were still as a 4-man squad, we saw them sending it into anywhere they heard shots just to get those eliminations. Set themselves up so good heading into the final phases of the circle that regardless of the amount of players they had just 2 players. And when they had 2 players, the motive switched. It switched from, trying to be aggressive to just, you know what, let's steal a couple of eliminations here and there. And, even the chicken dinner at the end of the day.
It's good to see. Again, we do love these upsets, whether we can understand them or not. And we don't really understand all of the things that are going on in the minds of these teams when they're taking those final engagements. There's a lot of extra parameters that we aren't aware of. So all we can say is what we saw. And what we saw was a fantastic Erangel. And now we need to get ready for the second Erangel. Hopefully it will be just as fantastic. We do have that opportunity to see a bit more of the action. We can take a look at the fantastic opportunity right up ahead of us, because just after this double dose of Erangel, it is the double dose of Miramar. So the teams that get that opportunity, they have a fantastic tip, and just working out how they're going to be getting those points into the next phase.
Just in case you didn't get enough Erangel, now you're going to get yet more Erangel as we head into the second Erangel of the day. The last Erangel for the day, but not for the phase, as we've still got more to come. Going into this Erangel game, GREEDYFORKILLS, the World of Battle, URUS Esports, and Vampires would be sitting this one out. 4 teams that really need to sit this one out because they've not been having the best of games. I mean, GREEDYFORKILLS have been bad. World of Battle, let me not even start. URUS Esports only did so well on this last game, and that was just 9 points. So if doing well is 9 points, nah, not really. And Vampires, I don't even want to start talking about them right now.
It's a tough sell, right? I mean, we keep saying it. Everyone that is finding themselves in the bottom 4 of the general ranking, that means Smash Team, TIMEOUT, MEA Esports, and Vampires, they need to lock it down. This week, it needs to be the best week they've ever shown us. And then I still think there's an opportunity. I mean, if you take a look at it, from 16th down to 17th on the general ranking, it's only 196 points to 175. That's still very doable. You can still take the likes of Virtual Gaming out. And of course, then just 8 points behind them, or ahead of them, is the Mind Weapon. So I don't know. I feel like I want to believe in these teams. I want to see that last day just switch up. All of a sudden, one of these teams, they just grab one of those top 16 slots, and we are left speechless. Once again, just like this flight path to zone. Rounds, what is happening?
Who did you guys offend? I mean, we get that because of S there's water, but...
Hey, whoa, chill. This isn't me.
We get the water part, but right now the ratio is not even good at all. This is already setting up to be a bad game for all of these teams. Now Blackhand are not even happy at all because this.
I'm telling you, whenever Blackhand is on the map, it's like the zone just avoids Yasnaya. They're like, listen, we are not going to the east. Say goodbye. We are just going to the opposite end, even to the military-based island. We've seen 2 more military-based islands in this PMPL more than I've seen in pretty much my entire career of casting PUBG Mobile. So it is wild, but hey, I'm liking it. I don't know if someone fiddled with something at the back end on the PUBG Mobile, back end code, that they were just like, these zones, they're too nice. They're way too nice. We need to really put these teams to the test.
And this is Erangel, right? It's not like Miramar. If this were to be Miramar, you can easily get into a vehicle, start your rotation early, and go and loot somewhere else. But this is Erangel. There's no way you're going to pull that off, right? It is very, very tricky to do that. So right now, it's going to be a whole lot of rotational skirmishes going on in this circle because, as we know, a couple of teams like to rotate early, right? And it's not just one. And then there's a couple that like to rotate late. So we definitely do that. As we're seeing the early rotational skirmishes, we would also be getting some late rotational skirmishes, teams fighting in the blue. And I feel like this Erangel game is a nightmare for pretty much all the teams in the lobby right now.
It's a nightmare because we've only got 2 teams actually in the zone. You know, when we were looking at it, we only had RUKH. MEA Esports have just made that threshold cross, so they should be in the zone now as well. But they're the first 2 teams, and the only teams currently in the zone. Everyone else is just outside, just hunkering down, looking for vehicles, because that's all that they can do right now. Man, this is wild. But with that being the case, right, if we try and break this down, a lot of teams obviously going to have to give up on their usual job sites just because, I mean, for them to now just get into a vehicle, take that drive all the way up, they might as well just loot where they can find a spot. And that brings a very interesting idea now, because we're going to have such a heavy, eastern rotation into the zone, because most of the teams are going to be moving from that side. That's what you said. You know, those rotational clusters are going to happen. This is where we're going to get teams in very awkward situations with not the best loot necessarily, depending on when they're rotating, now finding themselves in a full-on battle with, let's say, 1 to 2 to 3, maybe even 4 teams. All of a sudden, we might be losing members before we even get to the next stage.
And this is where it even gets more tricky. The zone is not just all the way away from the teams. It's also one of these zones where you have to pick between 2 halves of the zone. So it's like, if you make the wrong call, if you're on the south and the zone goes up to the north towards Zaki, it's a problem. If you're on the north towards the shooting range, which does not have so many playable area, and then that zone goes down to the south towards Jojopo, Mount Everest, it's another problem. So like, all of these teams are in a whole lot, and I feel like this is a situation where, you know, you have to give your IGL maybe like a bottle of Monster or a can of Monster to drink because he needs it.
Not a can of Monster, I agree with the first one, the bottle of Monster. Like, we need to up the ante here. You're going to need all you can get to try and help you break this one down and find an opportunity to get into the zone that's relatively safely, as well, still considering your loot. I mean, again, thankfully, this is why they do this, not we. We're just here to watch. I would not want to play this zone. I don't even want to get started. But hey, when we talk about that, right? When we talk about the zone, I mean, we have the likes of Zaki, Shooting Range, Gatka, Hospital, Everest, Ruins. Those are all the locations, and of course, the entire western portion of Erangel still open. Where are some of the, I guess, highlight spots that you want to be talking about? Some points where you think if teams can grab a hold of that early on, they have an advantage into the next phase.
Mount Everest.
Like straight up.
Straight
right
up.
in center.
You have to be there, right? If you're on top of Mount Everest right now, you have information. Whatever happens with the zone, you know how to get there. Because if you're in Mount Everest and that zone goes up to the north, you kind of have what, 2 bridges, 3 actually, that you can use to get into the circle. And being on Mount Everest, you see those bridges, so you're able to gather so much information as to if, you know, a bridge is being anyway, if there's a bridge camp going on or not, right? And I think being in Mount Everest is a good position. The side of CRYPTICS, who have made it all the way to South Jojopo, also find themselves in a good spot, because if that zone goes up to the north, they've got that long Jojopo bridge that they can use to make it up to the other side of the zone. So it's pretty much a nice position to be. So I think anywhere around Mount Everest and South Jojopo, you should be pretty golden.
This is going to be an interesting one, but we're already seeing a lot more teams already finding their way within the zone. CRYPTICS, they've moved on into their South Georgia position. Not a surprise there. Arab Golden spotting out the mind weapon. White boy, please get out of that situation as soon as possible, because we need all the numbers we can get into this next phase of VISTA Gaming. I mean, off of the back of a game like that Erangel, off of such a wild 1v3 clutch, surely they should have some crazy momentum moving into this Erangel. I mean, could we see a back-to-back for VISTA, at least to get them into the top 3?
I feel like we could see that one, and that is because from even day one, we've seen that VISTA Gaming is this team that works really off of momentum, right? And this is something that we cannot downplay when we start to talk about PUBG Mobile games. But then I have to say, you have to be able to play, like, it almost means that if the guys there if the players there on Vista Gaming are having a bad day, they're most likely not gonna have a very good game. Maybe that's what happened on day 2, right? But now on day 3, they seem to have found that rhythm. They've gotten that pop-off game, and I feel like they're in for a good game, going into this Erangel game.
Okay. No, I like it. I'm gonna hope for it. I'm also gonna hope for a little bit more from the likes of course, CRYPTICS. We want to see a bit more from them. Titans, Triple. They had a tough start to the day. Now coming back on Erangel, surely we're going to be seeing a little bit more action for them. I do have to highlight Triple's rotation. They've already taken that entire western line already up into the south of George.
Oh.
So they are sitting up in a very nice position. We'll have to wait and see what this next zone shift is going to tell us. And look at that! If ever there was a zone bliss, it would be Triple. As soon as they get into that zone, it shifts towards them. So again, we're going to be looking at Smash. We're going to be looking at CRYPTICS, Raad, great positioning for them as well. Vista now moving in from the south. One of the few first teams to get themselves situated and to get them ready for this wild cluster rotation from the west.
Raad looking quite alright because they're situated on Everest, so it's going to be how much information they can gather. And you know what we're talking about, those rotational skirmishes that will be coming from the teams that like to rotate late. We've got Titan and Lag Esports going around in the farm area. Escanor sending a grenade towards Axer. The HP would be drenched a little bit. Same thing can be said for the side of Escanor, as Axer will continue to launch those grenades towards his position, but Knight would fall to Titans. As we can already see the push coming in through Escanor now being isolated. The burn would come through. The blue zone is taking a lot of the damage, and it will indeed fall.
Okay, Lag, Titans, what's happening here? Like, where are we closing this one out? Lag have had a tough time. Just starting out the day with this confirmation now over towards Escanor. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting position now. Lag find themselves in with the, I believe it's a duo that they still have left. So it's not the worst, it's not the best either. Triple Esports, as we said, that Georgia rotation that they have run has found them a little bit of success, because now they have an opportunity to pick up more than the 2 eliminations they already have. Oh, there we go, 3 eliminations they already have. So I'm liking this. CRYPTICS, that was actually CRYPTICS that they stole that from. My goodness. So Triple just kicked CRYPTICS out.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, this is coming as a huge surprise for the side of CRYPTICS, because like I said, they were holding a good position, but I'm pretty sure they were not expecting a team to be on that side, because I'm sure CRYPTICS wanted to come and hold that bridge, giving one of the entry into the circle. But they go to the bridge and there's like, hello, it's Titan. But anyway, out here on the south side there of Raad, or in the center, Raad would decide to get away from Mount Everest as they head towards the hospital area. But then they're being met by the side there of Vista, and we already know Vista already having good momentum, finding 1 knock already.
Looking for a bit more, of course, as they're just trying to get some information here to work with. They do not want to full send this blind. That would be a tough decision, although Rami is just going to be sticking out, and we're seeing some haircut talk in chat. Well, how do you like that for a haircut? Rami now going to be down to the ground. Gazi going to be confirmed out as well. Vista, now they know this is time to send it.
Yep, they need to send it as a full squad, because this is the hospital we're talking about. There's so many wards, there's so many rooms that all of these teams could actually hide in. And you can see the side of Raad already playing this one very nicely. So they need to start getting into that circle, or they need to push this one as a full man team. Else they're going to start losing players one after the other.
Oh, rotations. Vista, it is just looking very good for them if they can keep this one up. But Raad still holding on to that 2-piece. Look at that zone. Again, just, man, I can't deal with how much space these teams have to deal with. And now all of these teams still rotating in. I mean, Wave is still on military base island. So you can see what a tough journey this has been for these teams. And now they still need to hold on and get themselves into this next phase.
Not gonna lie.
Just go quiet.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm impressed as to the amount of teams that have made it in so far, into this next circle. And this is just nice to see that these IGLs, these teams, they're really adapting to whatever PUBG Mobile is throwing at them, right? And this is not just even a matter of who is in the lobby. This is a matter of what the game is giving to you, because this was a very uncomfortable shift coming through, and all of these teams have been able to make it in one way or the other. Now, this zone being on that southern side means there's so many buildings, so many compounds. It's almost like a Los Leones city finish going on here, so you're going to have to watch every single angle that you have.
Oh, absolutely. It's It's starting to heat on up. I mean, you've got players within the containers, you've got players within the warehouses, you've got players just sticking it to the high ground, just looking for an opportunity to chime on in. I'm liking what we're seeing with these elimination counts on the overall standings on the right here. Triple, Titan, Vista, our top 3 teams with eliminations. We've got Arab Golden also picking up a 2-piece, so it is looking pretty spicy. An opportunity potentially for some of these teams to get themselves to the top slot. The Mind Weapon, though, they are taking hit after hit after hit, now reduced down to only 1 Blackjack here holding with that 2-piece. Again, we're seeing so many of these early eliminations just off of those rotations.
Yep, side of Blackhand already capitalizing on Mount Everest. It still has a little bit of sight in that zone. Vista holding a very nice split in the center of the circle. Smash team, I like the fact that they've made it all the way to South Jojopo. They decided not to go into the city because no one wants the trouble of Triple Esports. So that is nice to see. And Triple Esports right now, we've themed this week's space. The amount of space that these teams are giving Triple Esports right now, it's surprising. Triple, Blackhand, and even Vista, these are teams that are looking to have quite a bit of space to play with. And you know, when that space comes through, these teams are able to capitalize on it.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be a fun one. Look at this. Now, RUKH Esports, Virtual Gaming, Blackjack. These containers are going to heat up. As we can see, one shot already making that approach over towards the warehouse, looking for that first knock. That potential with the nade is going to be sending it on through. Will Pusher be able to rotate off? They do, but now they move on back. It's going to be a bit of hot potato back and forth.
Yep, really back and forth coming through from RUKH Esports and Virtual Gaming Squad. But right now, Virtual Gaming Squad do not need this engagement. They do not need this push from RUKH Esports. RUKH Esports do seem to have woken up, but Virtual Gaming Squad will turn the tides. One nade to get the knock and another to get the flush coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad, and this is what I love to see, the confidence play coming through from them. I was about to say they don't need this one, but it does look like they will be looking fine with that one elimination.
It's starting to heat on up. You can see rotations now heading through. That zone is forcing the hand of Virtual Gaming to get out of the situation, but they are right up ahead of Blackjack Esports, and Phonics will be very happy to take one of their members, maybe even a few more if they can find that connection. This is a bit of an awkward battle. We can see Blackjack Esports. They are looking to try and gatekeep both of RUKH and Virtual Gaming. And right now, RUKH might have that opportunity just to slide on by right behind them. Virtual Gaming, they don't have the same luxury.
It's about to be chaotic. Everyone has to send it into the circle right now. There isn't too many playable space. The entire south is open fields. All they have to play is the north, and no one can really play off of that eastern edge, because there is that idea that Mount Everest might actually see your position. But anyway, we do have teams sending it, and one of those teams will be Blackjack Esports onto the side of the Mind Weapon, Wipe Boy. I think it's the last player left for his squad, trying to hold it up as Zeke starts to send those Molotov cocktails up to the top, and there's third party imminent in this one. I don't know where that third party is coming through, but Wipe Boy is feeling it.
Yeah, no, definitely they are starting to worry a little bit. All of these nades now moving in, already dropped down to the bottom floor, trying to just keep the rest of Blackjack Esports on their toes, or at least keep Zeke, because the rest of Blackjack still need to rotate in. Zeke can be finding that shot through the window, and that confirmation is there. So we can see the rest of Blackjack roll on up for the finish. Not much that they could have done differently in that situation for White Boy. However, even though they got this compound, which they've now had to unfortunately fight for, this is still outside zone. And look who's right up ahead of them, looking back and waiting for them to make the move.
Yep, it is the side there of Arab Golden, waiting for them to get into that circle and start to take them out one after the other. Mo Esports do get eliminated on the other side because they were one of those teams on the south, as they jammed with the side there of Titan and Wave Esports. I would give them this one, like, okay, it happened, but at the end of the day, Mo Esports, they actually need to keep putting points up on board. Titans on the south, Triple on the west, and Triple, like I said, they're having a little too much space to work with.
Oh yeah, just a little bit too much to work with, and that always means that there's a little bit of something cooking there. Triple Esports will have to wait and see as well what's going to happen there towards that western side. Timeout here towards the south alongside Titans, who there's a bit of a give and take here. Titans have gotten themselves 7 eliminations. They've moved on in now from the southern portion of this, and they've literally just had to take fight after fight after fight. Whether or not they're going to be heading to the west looking for timeout is going to be my question. If yes, then we could be seeing a pretty crazy Titan game once again.
Yep, and the Titans, I'm pretty sure this is one of those games that they wouldn't want to let go. They do have that space on the south, but it is open fields. If they make too much noise, they will get taken out. And they're already seeming to make some noise towards the side of timeout, as timeout will just be hearing those mini 14 shots come towards their location, but they will not quite go down yet. I like the approach coming through from the side of Blackjack, going in from that eastern edge. Virtual Gaming Squad will be still holding it around the hospital area, and the same thing can be said about RUKH Esports.
I'm really starting to
South.
wonder about Triple Esports. They are running this 2-1-1 split. Chemo just holding the compound. Now that zone moves on in. They know those compounds are open. They make that rotation in. They and Vista Gaming will be the only two teams holding such a strong angle into this next phase. So we'll keep our eye out on that. Meanwhile, Titans have scouted out timeout. They have found an opportunity here to just once again double down on eliminations. Maybe get those double digits.
Yep, the side of timeout trying to play so passive, so much smokes being played, and the fact that they're letting so much smokes fly out is giving Titans a little bit of that confidence that, you know what, this team we're going up against is probably a little bit scared, right? And you can just see them chunking in those grenades towards their location. Not in fact, I'm very surprised to see them pulling away from this one, but it does look like they will be looking to capitalize or prioritize the zone first before they start to look for those elims. I mean, 7 eliminations, pretty much settled, it's pretty much good. And I was going to say, Vista Gaming, they were in the hospital area, and they need to get out of that hospital to start to hold those high grounds.
Well, they're still in zone holding that position, right? But we'll wait and see if they'll be able to use it to their advantage. Like we said, time out. This is the wrong place to be rotating. In Triple Esports have been waiting for a team to make the approach. They once again up to no good, just sticking it to the outskirts, just picking up every single team trying to rotate in, and it is looking good. Icy finding Abdul, and now all of a sudden, timeout. They have been reduced down to what I believe is only one member, and it's Ragnar, who is so close to danger.
Yep, Titan Gaming, though, being met by the side there of Blackjack on that southern edge. They would lose one player as he goes down. The rest of the team looking to form up quite carefully and slowly. Up there on that northeastern edge, we still have the side of Virtual Gaming Squad going toe-to-toe with Arab Golden. So you can tell that there's a lot of engagements going on in every part. But Ragnar now will get pushed by the side of Triple Esports, and too many numbers would send him back to the lobby. Up to 7 eliminations decided from Triple Esports. And guess what they have? Space.
So much space, so much zone, so much cover. This is looking very, very good here for Triple Esports. Potentially even I don't know, maybe a wild 15+, winner chicken dinner that we can see moving in for Triple Esports. Then they can make sure on the overall standings that they put a lot of space between themselves and Black Hand. But we'll see Titans, will they be able to stick into this Erangel? Will they be able to survive this? Blackjack Esports, they've moved on in. They've already picked up those 3 elims, and now they're staring at Titans, looking to add another 3 to the tally.
Blackjack on 6, Titans on 9. The shots will be coming through. Phoenix will get spotted in the ground as he does go down. And we can already see the shots coming in through. Zeke trying to find that elimination, but will not quite get it. The HPs getting chunked time by time, and that's going to be a GG well played, as Blackjack Esports would eventually get sent back early in this game. Down to 8 teams now, and there's so many players alive. The side of Triple Esports are still out here holding on to so much space on that western edge. Arab Goldie now on the north, they have to face up against RUKH Esports, and then there's Raad, who's been in the hospital all day. The question is, who's going to be the first person to be discharged?
Doctor, paging Doctor. We've got 3 teams here that are looking to get themselves discharged, and unfortunately, they're going to be moving in from that northern side. That zone's not even going to help them out even a little bit. All of these 3 teams need to basically disengage, abandon what they were planning, and get out of here. The longer they waste, the more danger is going to be building for them. You can see Arab Gold and RUKH Esports, a little bit of back and forth, hide and seek, if you want to call it that, but the shot comes out. DBS is going to connect. Again, Crowns, if they rotate out now, they're going to go straight into Vista.
I'm just like, here's all of this and they're waiting. They're like, one of you is going to get out of here.
Please.
And I like the fact that they're not making the same mistake they made, or like some of the other teams have made, where they go for a third party when the kill feed is not really making, or is not really popping off, when they're not really having so much info. So the side of Arab Golden, I was going to say, Hospital is like one of the most confusing places to play, especially when you now have 2 teams in there. Side of Rad is going to dip from that situation because they want none of that smoke, but they have to get to the circle. Arab Golden will be the ones taking the most of the damage heading into this leaving the hospital.
I'm losing my mind because we just said goodbye to Titans. Black Hand, Triple Esports, they're running with that southern portion, and it looks like Black Hand might be heading straight into Triple. I don't know, they'll be holding on to those reses, so they won't be sending it just yet, but Triple, in the meantime, have condensed their location, all holding onto that compound. We've got Black Lost being a little bit cheeky, getting a flanking position over towards Triple, maybe for now, just getting information while we wait here. Raad, Arab Golden, RUKH, get out of here.
Man, and look at that solo player there from Arab Golden. The snake in the grass would try to find Azem and he would get him down. Rookie Sports getting surprised now. Damage is done. Eugene would fall. Arab Golden played a little bit of help onto that one, but now Eagle IQ has to get into the zone, and Azem is ready to welcome him with this grenade being prepped. He does go out. The grenade would land to the face, and he would fall, taking him out in style. You love to see that one coming through from Azem.
Unfortunately, the hospital is officially closed, so we are going to be saying goodbye to Arab, goodbye to RUKH, as we take a look at our top 5 teams into this next phase. Smash holding a very, very split approach, 2-1, with the 2 right behind Triple. Just getting a bit of information, just staying quiet for now, but it looks like Ilias has been spotted. Triple Esports, they've got such a wide range of actual vision onto this next zone. Again, just fantastic positioning. I'll wait to see. Black Hand peeking across. Is going to reach across.
No way!
Raad and Red, what a spray!
That man is dangerous with the 4x scope, and he's showing us why. But anyway, Triple Esports now, they will be facing the side of Smash, as Smash did lose the patience. Going into the vehicles to try to push up, they are losing numbers like flies. One more player would fall as it gets uprooted from the vehicle, and that would be GG. Well played to Smash team. I have no idea how they or why they decided to. They had such a good position onto the side of Triple, but they just decided to lose their patience and go down the hill.
I don't know, it's a bit wild, but again, we'll never really know the cause. Maybe they got a bit of bad in intel and they just thought they would try and work it. It just didn't work out. Although, we're looking at our top 3 here. Triple Esports, Black Hand, and VISTA Gaming still involved. So that momentum really working for them. Black Hand as well, just on the horizon of starting to pick up these points. We know Triple Esports, Black Hand, they have been staring into each other's eyes on those general rankings. And now there is a potential for them to finally build that gap, you know, build a little bit of space. They've been too close on those general rankings. They need to really just find an opportunity here to capitalize. But Triple still liking their position. Black Hand out in the open, needing to be very careful with what sort of fights they take, because VISTA from the north might be able to reach all the way across.
I wonder how many vehicles the players there from VISTA Gaming have, but because they do not have the best of positions right now, they're sitting on the edge of the circle. Leaving that compound is going to be very tricky, especially given the fact that Triple Esports have this position that they're holding. Side of Black Hand do not even have a good position in the circle. They have just that little reach line, and if the side of Triple Esports decides to push up onto them, it's pretty much going to be an easy wipe.
Let's take a look at this. Triple Esports sending out a couple of names, looking for some potentials here. If they can find that angle, they know the information. You can see Thor already getting a little bit angsty, trying to find a better angle here, trying to get some more information while keeping an eye out on VISTA, who are moving in from that northern side. Dangers all around, but they are very eager to get involved.
Very, very eager. They want it, and Triple Esports are just playing this one very quiet because they know there is no reason for rush. Old Boy and Icy facing their sides, facing their attention onto the side of Black Hand. Smoke's already being deployed as they decide to get closer and closer into nading range, and this is what I'm talking about. Offensive smokes would work so well for Triple Esports, and they're realizing that already. Smoke's already being deployed. They're drawing closer and closer, sending up grenades, and the damages is being done right now. Core are very low on HP, so much Molotovs, so much grenades, and one would find eventually. Triple Esports would want to capitalize on that one as they get one knock, and it's almost the second as they continue to spam the grenades, as Plaza would also fall. Red Dogs and Storm trying to fall back for as much as possible. 3-1 splits coming through from the side of Triple. They know they've got this one in the bag. Shots would go out towards the side of Storm, but there's so many vehicles protecting him for the time being.
Yeah, for the time being, exactly. VISTA, they're using all of this chaos to try and close the gap as well, moving on in, finding Chemo now. Cacao is going to be holding that push here from Triple Esports. All of a sudden, they need to reconsider, they need to regroup and keep their numbers in check. This is a 3-way battle, and they do not want to lose an Icy out in the open or duck and dive somehow, some way. They're still alive.
Somehow they are still alive. One way or the other, the side of Black Hand have decided not to fall just yet. But old boy, he's got the angle to find the knock up onto the side of Black Hand. RUKH will be the first to fall. And I like the patience coming through from RUKH. Oh, sorry, from old boy, because he understands he cannot overextend. Kakao has that very dirty angle that he could use. And old boy is just looking for alternate ways. But oh, Black Hand, they are falling like flies as they lose one more player, Plaza, to the side of Vista.
Triple Esports are currently up with 12 eliminations. They've already reached that double-digit marker. Vista and Black Hand equally only have 4, and now they're staring down a battle of a very awkward fight. Zara out to the open is going to find RUKH. Good nade. However, we still have Black Hand in this one. For how much longer? I have no idea, because there's the follow-up nade. Storm down to a sliver of HP.
One more grenade is all that is needed to take down the side of Black Hand. And Triple Esports, I don't know how aware they are of how many players are left in this little gutter, in this little trench that they find the side of Black Hand. But man, Thor, you've got to admire the hold that he has on the side here of Vista Gaming. He's deciding to play that off angle, trying to gather as much information as possible. BSK will take some shots towards Triple. That is going to expose his position for the time being. The side of Black Hand are just out there hoping that everyone forgets about them. There is nothing that they can do in that position as they're just holding it up. Everyone is in the grass. Everyone is in the floor looking for that pixel out of place. And smoke grenades would be used as decoy, would be used as distractions from these teams.
Going to be a very awkward rotation, although I'm still favoring Triple. They've got the better numbers. They're going to be hearing those shots come through. Mazzara is actually going to be stepping up to take down Black Hand. Now this is the push for Triple Esports. They've got 2 more bits of information. They've got a better spread. Old boy stepping up could spot out Mazzaro, and then it's Bisque, and then Kakao left alive. This is going to be an awkward split now. This 3-1 that Triple have, it means that they've got more flanking opportunities. They've got better crossfires, and Vista, I don't know, they need to somehow swing it. They need to just get like a double spray down if they want to hold on to this one.
The amount of grenades that Triple Esports is able to accrue right now makes me wonder where they're getting it. But I guess it is off the loot boxes of the side of Black Hand. They continue to spam those grenades into the open fields, trying to force players to move. Because the instance they throw a grenade somewhere and then they sense a little bit of motion, then they know there is a player around that vicinity. But Chemo's angle, it is paramount, but BSK will spot him first. Not quite able to find the thirst just yet as he is in the grass, but the blue zone will start to close very soon. Vista able to get one player down, even in the target, but Mozaro has been spotted. Quick picks from Old Boy will take him down, and now the balance has been tipped once more. The blue zone will continue to push. BSK is waiting. He's got his eyes fixated on that airdrop, waiting for the motion. Takes the shot, exposes his location, and Icy gets a hold of that one. Finds him in the grass. Kakao will be the last player left, and Triple Esports might just be doing this one. They know they have to follow where that player is crawling towards as they look for the shots in the grass. Kakao now exposes his location as he takes some shots, finds a knock up onto Icy, but has to go for the reload. Will get caught on it, and that will be a GG. Triple Esports comeback, 17 eliminations, and a winner chicken dinner.
Massive game for Triple Esports. I mean, just look at that 3.2 thousand damage that they dealt with in that final zone, and again, all off of the back of that massive rotation, finding those compounds within the zone, just having that line of sight onto everyone, having that protection of the actual compounds to work with. Just everything was just falling in place for Triple Esports. But it was a very awkward war of attrition between the 3 teams that they had to deal with, so it was good patience from them to find those final angles, to find that opportunity over towards Vista, even when it seemed like it might just for a second lean towards Vista's side. They picked it up and closed it out.
Yeah, and I feel like Triple Esports did what the side of Black Hand should have done, given the amount of troubles that Black Hand had, right? Triple Esports played so well with the grenades. All they kept on using was the grenades, was the throwables, right? And when it came down to the final fight, they started to throw those grenades to tip off the players there from Vista, making them move, because you know when you're in those final situations, you do not want to be moving too much, because that way they see you. But if there's grenades coming close to your location, you have to be forced to move. So that is what the side of Triple Esports did so perfectly, and it worked out well for them. Winner chicken dinner, 17 elims. Man, I cannot complain, and I hope this is the rise of Triple Esports.
I definitely hope so. They've really shined into a different level, and there's a potential for them to continue that as we move into the double dose of Miramar. Only halfway through today, and the action has just been absolutely fantastic. So let's go take a look at those highlights. want to say those highlight and sweet, but they were short and spicy, man. They have just brought in the action here for today's games. But that's going to be the last little bit of greenery we get to see for today. Unfortunately, that was our last Erangel. And we're going to be moving into that double dose of Miramar. It's okay, crowds. It's okay. We've got more for the rest of the weekend. But let's go take a look at those match rankings to see where everyone ended up with Triple Esports taking 17 eliminations away from the lobby. There's not much left for the rest of those teams.
I tell you, 27 points, so much space that they got awarded to them, and they played with it perfectly. VISTA Gaming able to continue with the consistency as they're able to get 12 points up on board. But at the end of the day, 12 points for VISTA Gaming is good. 11 points for Titan Gaming is also good. Riot Esports having 8 points is good. But when you have Triple Esports with 27 points, these numbers just look like they're bad.
They look sad. They look so sad. They're like, oh, you only got 10 eliminations. I mean,
Right.
why don't you get 17, bro? I mean, come on. Yeah, no, look, it's wild. When you have such a top-heavy scoreline, it definitely does outshine the rest. You can see top 8, RUKH Esports finishing off with only 3 points. So if we take a look at the second page, I'm hoping we're sticking to a little bit of that consistency. But yeah, Donut Shop is active today.
Yeah, and it was a very tough zone to get things started, and you can just tell that not everybody was quite accustomed to that zone. Not everyone is flexible, and I think the teams that we saw on the first page were teams that decided to be a little bit flexible with that new zone. Same thing can be said about Blackjack Esports, as they also played this one with a little bit of flexibility headed into the game. So I really enjoy what I see, and I wouldn't really beat up the teams that did not finish in that top position or didn't even get too many points. It was bound to happen. We would have definitely seen some teams actually going on with with donuts.
Yeah, no, some good donuts. I think they're delicious donuts. But yes, let's take a little bit of a break. Maybe we can find a donut for ourselves and get ready for our last 2 maps of the day. We'll be right back.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Go, go, go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Africa Spring 2023. And before we get into it, I just want to give a massive shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PMPL Africa Spring 2023 and for just PMPL in general. They've been here since the beginning, so we have to give them some wonderful, wonderful love for making this all possible. Now, Erangel, done and dusted. All of the greenery, as we said, is gone. We're going to be heading over to the desert. There's some water to work with, unfortunately. All the teams have had to deal with a lot of water zones in this last week. So now we need to start talking a little bit about Miramar, who we are expecting on Miramar. Crowns, who are you feeling after so many upsets today?
First off, I'm gonna say side eye to you. You're already calling for a water zone, but we're going into this Miramar game. We will not be seeing Triple Esports, who I wanted to call. So Triple Esports, Timeout, Blackjack, and Arab Golden will be sitting out of this game. So going into this game, I think this is game 4. GREEDYFORKILLS did sit out that last game. So I think I'll put my money on them because this is when we start to see GREEDYFORKILLS wake up.
Definitely.
They usually start to wake up after they take that one match break. So I'll put my money on GREEDYFORKILLS because I know in there, plus it's second to the last game. You said it at the beginning of the broadcast. We always see them in game 4 and game 5 starting to pull off. So I think I'll put my money on Greedy.
I'd also agree with you right then and there. We cannot sleep on GREEDYFORKILLS because as soon as we do, the rest of the teams are doing the same thing, and that's when they strike. They are waiting for us to underestimate them. So we'll wait and see what's going to happen on Miramar. But I would say GREEDYFORKILLS is a good team to put up there. In terms of everyone else, I don't know, Titans have been a little bit spicy. I mean, picking up those 10 eliminations, you know, they've definitely been making an approach. They didn't have necessarily the best other games in terms of placements, but eliminations, they are picking up some points.
So we're going to put a little bit of a Titan fact right now, right? So Titan fact is, every Miramar game that comes in game 4 or game 5, Titans do not usually perform so well on it. So are they going to break that code today? Or are they not going to break that code? That's my question.
I mean, I'm going to have faith. I'm going to have faith in every single one of these teams that they are going to shock us. They are going to surprise us because that's what they've been doing this whole season. I said it at the beginning of the season. I'm going to say it now. I don't have statistics anymore. I've thrown them out because they're a waste of my time because these teams, they decide that's the challenge. Whatever is in my little black book of statistics, the teams are here to completely break apart. So let's give it up to Titans. Let's give it up to GREEDYFORKILLS.
They're like, trade out the window. You don't need it. At
yeah,
least not for us.
It's not going to help you.
Anyway, but that being said, we do see that playing path taking us all the way from the trailer park down to the little isolated islands we have in the outskirts of Impala. If you know what I'm talking about, you know that playing path is not the worst. It is kind of okay. Teams that are going all the way to Los Leones would have a little bit of a travel to make. Same thing can be said about CRYPTICS, who like to go towards that Chimasera area of the map. Greedy will be having a beautiful, nice float all the way towards Bonten, wherever like would normally would see them. Same thing can be said about the side there of Black Hand, as they're also in the water treatment. And once again, that zone goes to the south and there's water as
I mean, it's not a lot of water. You know, it's a little bit. You don't need to bully me about this. It's not my fault.
I'm standing up for the teams here.
It's not me. I'm not asking for this. I'm just saying it's been happening. Look, it's not that bad. What I like about this is that we're giving a little bit of shine to that southern terrain. We know it's very fun when the teams get to that portion of Miramar because it's pretty wild terrain to work with, right? So I think there's definitely an opportunity here for these teams to step things up to a whole different level, to maybe make some of those earlier rotations and bring in a fun little bit of energy, right? So it's okay. Just because there's a little bit of water, it's not going to be the end of the world. We will be fine. It's okay, I think. Maybe.
Well, hopefully it is okay. Hopefully it's okay for all of this team. Raad holding all the way in El Pozo. They do look nice. And I'm liking the statistics I'm seeing there from Raad, you know, going into this Miramar game, right? All the Miramar games. 6.75 average elims with 1,558 average damage being dealt in this map of Miramar. You can tell that Miramar is definitely one of those stronger maps, or one of their stronger maps.
Mm. Look, we've definitely seen sort of just the change in tide in terms of who's really been taking hold of Miramar. We used to say, especially in the first phase, for phase two as well, that CRYPTICS were those teams to really bring it in. And for me, I have to highlight this as well, especially coming back from the previous season. And I'm going to say the previous season because that's when we introduced this new format. That's where we had the likes of Titans and 1 million then CRYPTICS now bringing in the top slots, right? They were the teams that were fighting for those top seats consistently. But as you've mentioned, CRYPTICS have been almost nonchalant this week. We haven't been seeing these rolling games from them, where they're just taking names, taking like 15 plus elimination points and like just absolutely smashing the competition. They've been picking up points, but it's not been all bare bones, but it's been just so uncharacteristic of them.
Yeah, it's weird, and most of the times they've gone out early, it's usually to the fact that they go on those splits and it's almost like they don't care about each other anymore. They just go on those splits and they're like everybody on their own and all that. So it's not very nice. It's not very nice to see from CRYPTICS, and that's why I said earlier today that I really hope that they're not planning to bring that or this type of play into the finals if they make it.
Yeah, look, I think on the overall rankings, they should still have quite a bit of a buffer from the first 2 weeks because they did pick up a significant amount of points. I think at the beginning of the day, they were in 6 on the overall rankings with 360 plus points. So that's a very healthy showing from them. Again, of course, Titans is sitting on that disgusting, like, 500 points or wherever they find themselves. So, there's no real catching up to that anytime soon. But yeah, I think we'll still see them in finals. I do expect we see a different side of CRYPTICS, or at least a very similar side of CRYPTICS to what we saw in the previous season, where they're gonna, pick up the pacing, start just going ham with the eliminations, and really start dominating the lobby. Perhaps maybe they're trying to fool the rest of the teams, right? Make them comfortable, make them think that CRYPTICS have lost their touch, and then they come back in the finals and they make everyone scared.
I mean, if there's one thing we've realized about this lobby is that they don't do too well with surprises, right? Every single time there's a surprise, it always hits everybody in the lobby as, a surprise. They usually don't do too well when we start to look at, some of those unexpected plays coming through from the team. And I have to say, I'm looking at the statistics that are putting up on board, and almost every team has good statistics heading on to Miramar. I mean, we saw the World of Battle with 4 average elims, and now we're looking at Wave Esports with 3.75 average elims. These are decent numbers.
Very decent numbers. I mean, it's really going to show for, especially this double helping of Miramar, that these teams can hopefully start building on those points and start closing some of those gaps, getting themselves into better standings for VIKHVND, because they also need to play for their little bit of VIKHVND action this weekend, right? It's going to be the last weekend you get your potential share of that $1,000 prize pool, which you can only do if you get yourself onto VIKHVND, because you need to finish those challenges, especially the crossbow one, please, especially that one. So there's a lot more at stake here than just points, just bonus points, just getting yourself into the finals. Even if you have a good set of bonus points, I want the teams to just maximize whatever they can get.
Well, the first not so good Miramar stats I'm seeing all day. 0.5 average elims in the map of Miramar. And we can already see the Mind Weapon driving towards that southern coastline, heading towards the side here of Puerto Paraíso. I really wonder why that's the play, but keep an eye out on them, see exactly what they've got in mind. Already taking shots will be the side there from RUKH as they rotate a little too closely to the side there of Greedy. And we do need, when they start to look at this map of Miramar, they do not joke around with it.
It's going to be a fun one to see this coming to fruition again, because we have all of that southern space, all of this wild terrain. We're going to be seeing some of those earlier rotations. This team try to really get themselves set up sooner rather than later, climbing a couple of those mountains, those hilltops with the buggies. They're some of the best vehicles to do it with. We've seen it time and time again, and now they can hopefully get themselves set up. I mean, we've had a very quiet rotation, which is nice to see. It's literally just the opposite of what we've had on Erangel. You said we had a lot more teams in the donut shop, and it was expected because of that flight path in that zone. I mean, oh, it was painful, man. It was painful. So
Really painful.
now they've got some normality. Now we can just see 1 or 2 eliminations with those rotations, and hopefully the rest is a bit more normal.
Hopefully. We hope for normal zones that don't have too much water. Right now, we know that zone is down there on that southern side. We have a little chunk, just a little bit, of Minas del Sur and Los Higos still in that zone. So we look forward to seeing which one of those teams will make it down there. I'm slightly keeping my eye out on the side there of Titans, because I really want to see how they will make it into the circle. They did go for their secondary drop, which is around the trailer park. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they would make it down to the southern edge of the circle and see how they'll play it.
It's going to be a fun one. Virtual Gaming now, unfortunately, getting caught out in the open. Shots being rained on through, and the World of Battle still trying to keep it down, lock it down, get as many eliminations as they possibly can while we wait for that next zone shift. And hey, there's only like 5% water now. Can't complain.
Maybe like 2%. You know, it's that small. But anyway, we do see rotations coming in through a very choked up northern edge of the circle. That's where we see the likes there of VISTA, the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad, and even a little bit of the World of Battle out here in all of this situation. And we already know VISTA Gaming, they've had 2 good games back to back. Definitely this game being their last game before they take their rest, they're not going to want to toy around with it.
Absolutely. So, rotations. I mean, if you like the southern portion of Miramar, well, you are in for a treat, because we are going to get to see a lot more of it. The World of Battle still applying that pressure here towards Virtual Gaming, or Vista Gaming rather. While we take a look at Virtual Gaming, these two are going to confuse me, I can tell it. But World of Battle picked up 1 or 2 eliminations. We can see now, you see now Vista and Virtual Gaming are picking each other. But they're doing this on purpose, man. They're waiting for me to trip up.
Yep, they're just waiting. They're like, Ez, you give us the key. You let us start, and then we'll get started. But anyway, rotation still coming through. Smash team would be deciding to stop a little bit on that northern side, around the Picado area of the map. Vampires also in the vicinity around there, and both teams do look to want to go at it. Vampires, very surprised to see them stopping in this position, but I guess it'll be to just gather a little bit of information before they get into that circle, which is something I would advise. By the end of the day, you do not want to waste too much time looking around, given how southern that zone is moving.
Yeah, now that southern shift is really going to force a lot of these rotations on in, and these awkward rotations are going to happen for, an example, Titans Ra'ad now with that side-by-side rotation. They're going to be running into each other, potentially picking up some of those eliminations. And, you know, this is where we start to see some of the wild ride. I mean, here's again getting caught on out as they just wanted to rotate with their team. Yeah, they were a little bit too slow. You know, they needed to get a bit of car, and it didn't work out for them, and Titans just caught up. And this is, I expect, what we're going to be seeing a little bit more of, especially towards the northwestern regions of that zone. Here we go. The World of Battle, Black Hand, finding one another, and just going out into an all-out brawl.
One player will be down there for the side there of Black Hand. It's going to be RUKH finding the knock. Actually being knocked right now, so they're going to have to get that revived. The World of Battle, though, not quite pushing up onto that one, as they're getting slowly but surely closer and closer. Kron trying to see if he can get to nading range, pushes a little bit too closely, maybe a little bit of overextending, as he does see that flank coming through from Storm. He's going to let his teammates handle that one. A grenade being sent out, not quite able to find the knock yet, as he's going to receive some nades of his own. Does look to pull away from that fight. They're not in the circle. Storm will take some shots, will not be able to find any.
It's going to be an interesting one. The World of Battle with that rotation, that 1-3 split. They need to be careful. Shots moving on in. Now they're out in zone. They're trying to scramble, man. They're trying to get some cover, trying to get closer and closer into that zone. But look at Kowa, just bit after bit. They are whittling down the HP bars here of the World of Battle. And this is all that this is doing, is delaying their approach into the zone. The longer they stay out in the blue, the more damage they take, the more they are in danger of falling once again to a third party with teams making those rotations in. I mean, Smash Vampires, they're not far off. They can easily reach across. But for now, their focus and their trouble is going to be Black Hand.
And both teams actually do not need this. Like you said, they're not in the zone. So what's the point of taking the fight? Just try to rotate around each other and get into that circle. Try to fight it in when you do not have Papa Blue chunky down your HP. RUKH, though, staying very, very consistent as Mohammed tries to make that exit with the monster truck. Shots would find a little bit of him, but the cover fire is there to keep him alive for the time being. Love to see that one. And that is the type of teamwork we want to see. As Storm would fall for the side of Black Hand, but the World of Battle already up by 3 eliminations. You could tell that they're going into this with the right momentum.
This is what we love to see, right? Because we want some of those changing teams. We want some new teams stepping up to the plates. And so far, we've had pretty much a new winner, a new champion in every single map. It's been a treat, and now after trying to hold on, is going to find RUKH. A great trade, but now the rest of the world of battle need to move in and provide that backup. Hazem is going to be the first one up, really applying pressure here towards Plaza, but they go down. Now Koa and Plaza holding on for dear life to keep Black Hand into this.
RUKH still knocked in the background. Storm has been thirsted, which means Plaza and Koa have a decision to make. Do we go for the revive first, or do we try to handle this force being exerted by the side of the World of Battle? Thirst looking to come through a little bit from the side of Black Hand, and it looks like the World of Battle do not want any more of that smoke. They get into the vehicles. Looks like they want to get out of the premises. Probably looking forward to a gate keep rather than having to fight in the blue zone.
Unfortunately, because of that extra bit of damage that Koa actually did to Hazem, the call was obviously made. Listen, guys, my HP is already past half. You're going to move into this, going to have to fight your way out. You're not going to have time to res me in that situation. Maybe if I still had full, you could see they were a little bit like, I think we can do this. I think we can do this. As soon as those HP bars dropped to half, it just wasn't worth it. They're out in the blue. Time is going to be of the essence. So definitely a good call there to disengage, and I like how proactive they were with that. Hopefully they can take a better rotation into this next zone to hold on for this next phase, because we still got plenty more teams they need to deal with it. In fact, every single team they still need to deal with, because these teams have just been rotating so much better in this Miramar than when opposed to Erangel. They're done with these crazy flight paths. They're done with these crazy zones. They want a little bit of normality.
I like the fact that these teams know how to use that wide area that they have in the map of Miramar, you know, rotating in. We can already see players holding up good spaces. Lag Esports going up against VISTA on that southeastern edge. Lag Esports being that team that has not been wanting to take fights, I feel a little bit scared for them in that point. But I look forward. I'll keep my hopes up and see how they do. That zone does move all the way to the west. Interesting to see the side of CRYPTICS playing more condensed. This is something that I enjoy to see.
It's going to be a fun one. Lag, they've been quiet for this day, and now they've just found Vista Gaming looking to completely shut them down. They do not want Vista to pull none of this nonsense, right? They need to take out Mazzaro. They know what Mazzaro can do, and Mazzaro is terrifying. So you know what? Send them back to the lobby. None of this cheeky stealing the winner chicken dinners, clutching 1v3s, okay? Goodbye. Leave, please. That is what Lag is aiming for.
Well, hopefully they're able to get that message across to the side there of VISTA Gaming. As we know, VISTA, they want the smoke, they want all of this engagement. They're on the southern side of the circle, feeling a little bit confident. You know, they want to take this fight. But man, 2 eliminations already onto the side of Lag Esports. I like that one, and I really hope they can continue to capitalize on that one. The Titans, though, finding the side there of RUKH Esports on that southwestern edge. This is a fight that I'm really yearning to see.
Also picking up a little bit of Mo versus Vampire action in the elimination feed, and so far it's quite a bit of a back and forth. We'll have to keep an eye out to see who's going to be reigning out Supreme and winning that battle. Here we go. Oh, we don't even have to just keep an eye out. We can get to see it for ourselves. It's Hansley has already picked up 2 with that DBS. Pick that a 3rd. Goodbye, Stop. Goodbye, Savage. And hello, Yazan. What are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do about that, truly, as Mo Esports now? They are looking to be strong, very strong on these pushes. And whenever these guys play together, they actually play better, right? And this is something that we're seeing from them, holding on that fight so well. Yazan now has that information up onto Paradise position, take some shots towards him, would not quite be able to get the knock, as they're able to send some grenades, send some Molotovs up to the top of the stairs. And here comes the push. It's a solo push coming through from Hansley, but he will be able to get the clean up onto the side of Vampires.
Hansley's on a whole different level, man. Look at this. 3 eliminations. The entirety of Vampires went down because of one player. It's Hansley. Thank you very much. So let's take a look at Smash. Titans and RUKH Esports now over towards the southwestern portion of the zone, fighting for a little bit of that control, but it is going to be a tough battle. A lot of the terrain now to deal with. You can see these dips and gaps that these teams have to deal with, and all that means is there is plenty of opportunity and space for teams to nestle in, to hide it out, and to potentially surprise all of these competitors.
Surprise factor is what we're always looking forward to. We do see RUKH also going closely to the side there of CRYPTICS up on the northwestern edge. We've got Mo Esports just rotating right in the background. RUKH still looking to find that intro knock onto the side there of CRYPTICS, but it's going to be a whole lot of trouble for them to do that one. Greedy up on the top of the hill somewhere on the west. Also nice to see. But ultimately, there's a lot of teams actually on the west right now.
You know, we did say GREEDYFORKILLS are going to be picking up a little bit of something. We also said Titans are going to be reining in some of those elims. And now for them to make this happen, they need to take out the likes of RUKH. And there's a good opportunity here. Some nades being sent on out. You can see this 2-2 split now from RUKH Esports could be the difference maker. But Titans as a united force moving in, trying to smoke out all of these players, trying to find them. If they can find that connection, this might be it for RUKH, depending on how these eliminations go.
RUKH playing this one very passively, and Titan realizing that one will be going for a split, trying to find a wrap around. Eugene would fall to Axer as the first knock would come through. Bronsberg stands up, his position has been exposed, and Titans get down 2-player. Axer would fall in, lose for a trade as Rami is in the smoke, trying to get a knock, but he would fall. Pusher, the last player left, going for the pre-fires, looking for the knock. Mini 14 would be there to seal the damage, and RUKH Esports in the blink of an eye go out to the side there of Titans.
I mean, honestly, I would have been fine with playing that a little bit more passive and waiting for Titans to make the mistake, but they got a bit anxious. That rotation from Eugene just wasn't needed, and then it was just a one-by-one stand-up for RUKH Esports as they exposed their position. They went down, and Titans just with the rotation, with the band and holding that they had, it was perfect for them. They just needed them to make those mistakes. Now, CRYPTICS, Ra'ad, who's going to be the team here to fall as we wait and see. Ra'ad moving on into CRYPTICS territory as they're going to be the ones to make the move.
They have summoned their courage and they are pushing up onto the side of CRYPTICS. Shotguns in hand to prevent the push coming through, but El Chapo, he's got a welcoming nade as one of the players there from Ra'ad would fall. The CRYPTICS now very confident, and one way or the other, the CRYPTICS clean up the side of Ra'ad. A little bit of help coming through from the side here of Greedy, but still, it was a good kill. But man, GREEDYFORKILLS are here. They want some of the smoke. Grenades into the building would make Sente fall, and Greedy, they know exactly what they want. They want this third party action. One player already in the vicinity, and we already have reinforcements coming in through. GREEDYFORKILLS coming in from the side will take a little bit of damage, but CRYPTICS looking to hold on to this defense for as long as possible.
As long as possible, but of course GREEDYFORKILLS, they are just rolling in it. And we said, you know, second last game of the day, GREEDYFORKILLS, they have that opportunity, they had that break. Is this going to be the GREEDYFORKILLS that we know and the reason that they are finding themselves in third place currently on the overall standings? At least they were on the start of the day, but maybe they are looking to take that second place. If they can find CRYPTICS here, there's going to be a great amount of eliminations for them to add to their tally before they move into zone, right? Because they give themselves that peace of mind that the northern side is more or less secured. El Chapo out in the open. The world of battle will be taking them down. And yeah, GREEDYFORKILLS, they haven't even had a chance to take any of these eliminations because Kron has just moved on in to steal all of them.
Yep, and that's definitely a needle in the haystack for the side of Greedy. I like the fact that they committed to the compound being held by CRYPTICS, and instantly when they realized that, you know what, maybe it's too late, these revives would have come up, they're able to fall back to the top of the hill that they were holding. That is a nice play, but it looks like they've gotten just more than enough of Kron as they come in for that full send. Fivo will lose a lot of HP on the push, but that is not going to stop Nosa and Zoxy from going in through. Grenades into the shack. We'll be looking for Kron, but Kron is already out of there. That man able to apply his JP card just as quickly as possible, and the smokes for the decoy will work just well. But here comes URUS with the support that Kron never asked for, but he wants it and he's enjoying it.
Absolutely, just give him more opportunities to pick up eliminations at this point. We'll wait and see for it. We'll be able to move into fruition moments. So close and very uncomfortable here with Kron, and that's going to be it. The world battle is going to be sent on out. Lazy Boy almost immediately will be joining them in the lobby. And now URUS up against GREEDYFORKILLS here on towards the northern rise. Again, GREEDYFORKILLS, they need some of that spacing. They need some elims. All of their elims that they've had in front of them have been stolen from them. So this has to go their way.
I would be very surprised if they get yet another third party onto the side of URUS and then they win this fight.
Man.
But anyway, Greedy already sent in some offensive smokes, and the same thing can be said about URUS as they're looking to ward off the side there of Greedy as they look for that push, trying to get looted up on Util. Pretty sure that is what they're looking for in those loot boxes. But the side there of GREEDYFORKILLS, they want a little bit of this one as Reno will get into the vehicle, going for a little bit of his scope, going for a little bit of his scouts, a little bit of a bait, and indeed URUS would fall for that bait, and here comes the push. Zoxy on the left would take the shots and would find Rauf as movement now. Here's the footstep approaching, take some shots towards Rauf, but now he's going to fall as we can already see Moment trying to hold up in a 1v2, but Greedy want the elim. 6 eliminations, and this is the Miramar prowess.
This is what they've been waiting for. I mean, they must have been so frustrated every single fight that they've been taking. The amount of damage they have been dealing, and they haven't been getting any eliminations for it. Come on, this is about time that something changed. Now we take a look at Titans and the Mind Weapon. Already Max found out almost immediately. As unfortunately Hansley goes down, I mean, the absolute beast that we've been seeing here for MEA Esports will have to bow on out. VISTA lag still in contention here towards the end. 17's left, and you can just see all of these eliminations right up ahead of Titans as they move in, and this mini 14 from Puncher is just absolutely decimating lag.
Every time I call out the Titans, they always shut me up, and I love it. But anyway, the push will be coming through from the side of Wave Esports. Petrox does find himself in a world of danger. Pushes up onto the side of Lag Esports. Escanor getting a little too surprised, but the mini 14 in the close range. Grenades from Mozaro would end Christmas or make that even Easter for the side of Wave Esports, as they would lose one more player. Lag Esports now get the chance for the revive, but Mozaro, that man is being such a super solo.
No, absolutely. There has to be an MVP reward, right? I mean, 1v3 clutch, now you're just nading players out of the lobby. Again, as a solo. How is he not afraid? He just found another one. Stop it, please.
That is the momentum that they work on. That is the VISTA that we love to see. This is what we really want to enjoy, and that's nice. I like what I'm seeing. But anyway, Titan Gaming heard the noise. They want a little piece of the action. Here comes the push from Mozaro now. He does seem to be the center of attraction for Lag Esports as they will start up on that push. Mozaro now hits the deck. He's in the middle of Wave Esports and Lag Esports. Definitely not where he wants to be. Trying to fall back, but A9Q trying to trace him with a grenade. It's a good one. Lands, does the damage, but not quite getting the knock.
Taste of their own medicine now as Mazzaro's all of a sudden getting a lot more attention that they were looking for. A9Q will find that final confirmation. So thankfully, everyone in the lobby is safe now because Mazzaro is just not going to be worrying about it. My goodness, honestly, needs an MVP reward. Let's take a look here at Titans and Lag moving on in towards the southern position. All of a sudden, Mexico in a lot of danger as the rest of Titans are swarming in on their position. A9Q finished off in a matter of seconds as well. The Titans, they will say goodbye alongside GREEDYFORKILLS to Lag. The Titans now holding the southern portion. We've got Wave right up ahead of them. If they want to get rid of any oppression, of any potential danger onto the side of the zone, they need to deal with Wave.
8 eliminations to the name for Titans, and you can already tell that they're onto something. This is one of those super Miramar games that Titans seem to have. And right now, Greedy, they're still alive, but still, when you've got the Titans rampaging this way in Miramar, you should be scared. Wave Esports still alive, and the Mind Weapon, we can say the same, but Greedy wants a piece of the action. Delhap with the grenade will not be able to find the knock, but he would fall instead. 2 players in the shack, the Molotov goes. The Moran is there. Max feels it, and Max goes down. Talk about a perfect execution from GREEDYFORKILLS for Titans. They're third party and they want the shots, and they're taking the shots.
7-second execution here for GREEDYFORKILLS, so you can imagine 2 seconds later you suddenly have the entirety of Titans moving in to take you out. This is going to be the challenge here for GREEDYFORKILLS. If they're going to be convincing us that this is their game, this is their win a chicken dinner, it starts here with Titans. It starts here with them defending their position and taking down Teak with a beautiful angle. This is an opportunity for GREEDYFORKILLS to now just recover.
Fervo coming in clutch out there as Titans will lose one more player to the blue zone, rendering them to just 2 players left. Axer and P6 to hold down the fort, but P6 would find Reno in the open field, takes a couple of shots towards his location, but Zoxy, he is there to take down that man, and these players there from Greedy, they're looking as strong. All 4 players back on their feet, HP's back up, and the Titans, they're the ones that are falling.
Axel, now the last member still standing, but your feet are sticking out, my friend. They can see you. Those pixels are there. Just that one little shot connecting could be it. But we'll have to wait and see. Axel, in the meanwhile, has the perfect line of sight there over towards Wave, finding the first one, trying to convert the second. But here comes GREEDYFORKILLS. They want the winner chicken dinner.
They want it. They want it. Reno wants that elim. Does go for the push, but misses the mark as Axel would find him. Up in a 1v2, Axel finds himself. One on the left and one on the right. Grenades to his location would send him, and there will be the jump shot from Nosa to seal the damage. 12 eliminations onto the side there of Greedy, and these guys are looking so strong. Wave Esports is next. Make that 13.
Oh, they are looking for a 15 elimination game. Look at that spray coming through from the side of GREEDYFORKILLS. We've got Hemo down to a sliver of HP. One more shot, one more connection, and that is going to be a winner chicken dinner for GREEDYFORKILLS with 15 elims. Hemo, there it is, right in the face. I mean, hello. That's one way to take that win.
Oh, Greedy, you're always making us wait till the end of the day. 15 eliminations and the winner chicken dinner. You love to see that one. I love the confidence that they showed going into this game. They decided that, you know what, we're not going to be slept on. Having 2 players in that shack and 2 players on the cover fire, that was absolutely wonderful, and it was absolutely key in taking out the Titans in that game.
Like I said, I mean, the fact Titans had everything going for them, right? They had the timing, they moved on into GREEDYFORKILLS at the perfect opportunity, really, but then it just came down to those individuals stepping up, finding that opening over towards Teak, then just the immediate turnaround, finding the final shot onto Axo while they were trying to do some damage to Wave. It just worked out. I mean, that's really where the individual prowess from GREEDYFORKILLS starts to shine, and you see why they still have this energy towards the end of the day to be able to just pick up elimination after elimination, win after win. I mean, they still have the highest record for eliminations with a winner chicken dinner on, and of course it was on Miramar.
22 elims, we're not gonna forget. I feel like that one is gonna go down in the books. But I've got to say, GREEDYFORKILLS doing the opposite of what VISTA Gaming did in that Erangel game that VISTA won. You know, we saw VISTA going for an all-out push, and then at the end they started to steal elims. But on the other hand, GREEDYFORKILLS started off this game by stealing elims, and then close to the end of the day, they started to frag out and take up those aggressive fights. So that's what we love to see. But let's see the highlights on how this went down.
And I love seeing those highlights. You could just see GREEDYFORKILLS, Fivo, and Zuxi just locking it down. As soon as Titans tried to do anything, they were there to shut it down immediately. So fantastic work coming through from the entire team of GREEDYFORKILLS to pick up a fantastic winner chicken dinner. But let's take a look at the match rankings to see how many points they got with that winner chicken dinner, with the elims of 15 and a double-digit game from Titans as well. We called it here, crowds. We said GREEDYFORKILLS, Titans, we can't sleep on them.
Yep, Titan Gaming deciding to break that curse, telling us that there is no such thing as Titan Gaming not good on the second Miramar game of the day. They've also shown us that there's no such thing as Titan not being able to play Sanhok. Greedy, leaving to the only statistic that we have, an analysis that we have that currently works, getting that winner chicken dinner, 25 points up on board. But I have to say, Greedy and Titans holding up so many points on board, and then every other person, they're like, you know what, manage the less than 10 elims, less than 10 points.
Oh no, it's so good, but we can see a little bit more of a healthier spread, if you can call it that, as we only have our top 8 going as low as 4 points. So we can take a look at the second page to see how many customers went to the donut shop. Hopefully not a lot, because we did have a nice zone. Only RUKH and RUKH actually going through. So again, we're starting to work with that statistic of only 2 or so people in teams actually going to the donut shop, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, but RUKH Esports being one of those teams is something I don't like to see. And when RUKH Esports decided to play passive, that is what really happened to them there. That fight against Titan Gaming wasn't one that they took too well, because I was looking at it, there's like, then Titans are sending grenades towards your side, but you're not sending any in return. You know, it baffles me as to why there was no even sort of attack coming through from the side there of RUKH Esports until the fight did get started. So that is not something that I really enjoy to see. Virtual Gaming Squad. You're on 16th. You're not putting up so many good numbers up on board. But it plays out well for them, because Mo Esports was their final game, and Mo Esports were only able to get, 4 points going into this game. So I think Virtual Gaming Squad probably feeling a little bit confident right now that, okay, Mo Esports and the remaining teams that are below us on the general rankings aren't doing just as well.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to hope that that's going to be the same case. If they continue this and the rest of the teams start picking up the pacing, we might have a different stage. But we're going to be going to a short break as we get ready for our last map of the day. So stick with us, get some drinks, get some popcorn. It is going to be wild. Welcome back, everyone. This is the PUBG Mobile PMPL, of course, here for the fantastic region of Africa for Spring 2023. These teams have really been lighting up our screens in this last week, and this is what we would expect. You know, they only got a couple more days, a couple more matches before we find out who our top 16 are and who are going to be going through to the final. So they need to bring the heat, Crowns. They need to bring the heat.
They need to bring the heat. They need to start the hunt. It's Easter weekend. You guys need to start getting on fire. But that being said, we're about to head into the final game of the day. It's going to be none other but Miramar. I'm excited going into this one. I want to say another greedy for kills winner chicken dinner, but let me not jinx it. So I'll probably go for it. Do we actually have Wavy Sports in this game?
Into this one? Let me see.
Yes, we do.
We do indeed. We actually don't have Mo Esports that are out of VISTA Gaming and Titan, so no more Mizzaro bringing in some absolutely just disgusting violence. How dare you just take everyone as a solo? So yeah, he can relax and hopefully just chill out a little bit because man is unhinged. But we do still have to make the question and start to ponder a little bit. You know, Wave Esports is in this last match. CRYPTICS is in this last match. That's also a team that I'd like to see a little bit more of. Blackjack Esports, they've been semi-consistent for us today. They picked up those two fantastic games that I feel like, especially that Erangel could have gone a different way if Mizzaro wasn't on the map. Mizzaro just wasn't there.
Yeah, Blackjack Esports have been actually putting up good games going into today's games. So into this final game, I look to see what they've got in mind. And well, I actually want to say this because we always see Titan Gaming be that obstruction to Blackjack Esports, especially when we start to look at like late phases. So maybe now that Titans Gaming is not played, maybe Blackjack Esports might just make it into the later phases of the circle. I mean, that is something that we've seen quite often, where Blackjack steals the chicken from Titan and Titan steals from Blackjack. But right now, there is Blackjack, but there's no Titan. So we're gonna keep our eye out to see how this map is going to turn out for Blackjack.
Since we don't have Titans as well, we need to start wondering all the teams that they would normally take out because of all those crazy eliminations now have an opportunity to get some eliminations of their own. So, yeah, I think Blackjack definitely have a good chance into this Miramar, maybe for a winner chicken dinner. But in terms of the eliminations, I don't know, man. I feel like there's something brewing. GREEDYFORKILLS definitely cooked up a little bit of a storm, but they also were having their elimination stolen by like the likes of the World of Battle. So maybe we're seeing a different team picking up the eliminations this time. That's all I'm saying.
What team would that be? I actually want to see RUKH Esports. I see them. I'm taking a little peek at the live rankings, and I'm seeing, RUKH Esports 81 points already up on board, closing that gap between themselves and third place. VISTA already able to make it back to second position. Love to see that one. Titans in first. I was hoping to see a Titan and Slime fluctuation, but I said Slime and Blackhand fluctuation. But with the way Blackhand has been playing today, I don't know, man. At this point, I don't.
Now, right? Titans and VISTA are not here.
Oh,
Again,
okay.
Titans and VISTA are not playing this match. So the two people ahead of them on the overall rankings don't get a shot. They don't have an opportunity. So if they can just pick up some pointing, and the fact is they're still within the top three, right? So they've been playing consistent enough that they can still be in top three. So if they can pick up some pacing, get some eliminations now that the competition is essentially not here, I don't know.
Oh, we'll see about that one. Ezra, you're not going to talk and chit chat and make me
I'm saying
distracted
nothing.
from the fact that there is water in the zone once again. But anyway, it almost feels like we've seen this zone before. This one that goes all the way to the east. So I would expect textbook gameplay coming through from some of the teams in the lobby. Triple Esports textbook gameplay should be coming through. That is their zone. This is easily their game. So I can see they are still on that southern side trying to make that rotation up to Puerto Paraiso. So would really enjoy to see that one. I'm looking forward to seeing which of the teams will capitalize on that crown area of the map around La Bendita, because last time we saw this type of zone, that area was a strong area to play, and that really worked out for the team that was there at the time. I believe that was VISTA Gaming at the early days of this phase. So I'm looking at a couple of positions on the map like that.
And I have to say, this PMPL has been wild. This specific zone, the first time I ever saw it was in PMGC group stages, and again, that was the first time I've ever seen water in Miramar. I've ever seen Impala into a final zone on Miramar, and now we've seen this twice to three times in this one PMPL alone, maybe even in this 1 week alone. We've seen military base like zones more time than I can count on Erangel. I don't understand. PMPL Africa 2023, man, what you can say whatever you want. We have some of the wildest zones, and I'm gonna call it. We need a trophy just for that.
Yep, we need a trophy. All of these teams need a but I was gonna say monster again. Yeah, they do need it. Because I
Yes.
promise you, these guys actually do need it. This is a lot of unexpected zones. These are not things that you see on a daily, but them being here and being able to adapt to it, I keep saying it, it's very, very impressive. I like the fact that many of these teams are, whenever they see these zones, they just try to capitalize on, like, you know, good positioning in the circle. And then there's also zones that we see, and then these teams realize that, you know what, this is a zone where we cannot start fighting for a good position in the circle. Rather, we're going to try to grab as many eliminations as possible. And they always do that. So I like the fact that awareness that is coming through from all the teams in the lobby.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, they've they've also dealt with this zone more times than they can count. So I think by now they have their own little special strategy to be able to deal with these sort of things. But hey, let's see what they do. It is last match of the day. Teams have also been put through the gauntlet. I mean, just today's matches alone, the flight paths to the zones, they have been incredibly challenging. They have been incredibly tiresome as well. And then, yes, this is normally where we'd see GREEDYFORKILLS really capitalize. For Hell or High Water, again, I don't know if they only take their monster halfway through the matches, and that's where the energy starts to kick in. But for any team that has that mental fortitude, that has that ability to still, be sharp, be on their feet, be quick to the take, this is going to be the match for them.
Oh, keep our eye out on all of them and see exactly how they will do it. San Martin is going to be held by none other but the side of Vampires. We do see Wave Esports running around around the Los Leones area of the map. Arab Golden also there with Blackjack Esports. Nothing too surprising. Picado would be hosting the side there of the World of Battle with Timeout chilling in El Pozo. Greedy, as usual, in Monte Nuevo, just relaxing and enjoying. Black Hand on their infamous split up on the north. Smash Team in La Cabrera. Torre Humada towards the side of Cruz de Valle. We see RUKH Esports on their nice, weird split, like I like to call it. Mind Weapon in the Lazahar, Lag Esports somewhere on the northeastern edge. This is a textbook rotations coming through from all of these things, or textbook positioning coming through from the teams.
I'm telling you, they are used to the zone by now. They know exactly how to deal with it and how to rotate. We've already seen quite a few more teams, making that eastern rotation, getting themselves a good amount of positioning. So, liking what I'm seeing, like I said, textbook rotations, opportunities here for these teams. They can lock it down. They can potentially then bring in that winner chicken dinner. It's wild, wild things though, man. And I said this off camera, but this vehicle skin is one of the best ones I've seen.
No, right? Especially when you go for the speed boost, like Bugatti.
Man,
it's just like, look at that. Look at that.
Oh, just the colors.
That's enough to make you feel confident going into a game.
Yeah, like you win if you have that skin, right? Like, easy. But it's Virtual Gaming that has it, so, I don't know. They need to bring in some fire.
Shots fired. Anyway, so Rawi, you've got the task on your neck, shoulder, book, everything. You've got it. Man, look at the rims. Yo!
Dude, if I had a car like this, why am I even playing PPL? I'm just straight into PMGC immediately.
Alright. A Virtual Gaming squad now taking early rotation, early fights. Would have at one shot very reduced on his HP. Has to go for that heal, and he's got just the one first aid kit. I'm beginning to get bothered. A couple of teams today, we've not really seen teams pull through with so many first aid kits. We'd always see them with bandages and sometimes no HP, no meds was what led to the Mo Esports situation in the early games today. And at this point, I'm like, where are the meds? Aren't you guys finding the meds?
Yeah, look, they've been finding a lot of grenades, that's for sure. So where they do have a lack of meds in the inventory, maybe it's just because they're keeping it for those nades. They need them, man. It's tough. And Virtual Gaming, like, I don't mean to shoot any fire, but like you said, you are the guardians of the 16th place. You need to bring the heat. we've got the fantastic skins. Now let's make them count. Story already moving on in, finding the mind weapon, but a few shots from Max might deter them. At least there's backup though. I want to see all of Virtual Gaming taking this fight, because then they really have a shot.
Yep, they do look to be committing fully to this one. The mind weapon, on the other hand, only keeping 2 players in the compound. A little bit risky. White Boy is able to find that intro knock up onto 1 shot, but he's not able to get the turn onto Sarawi. As we can see, more shots coming in through. Sarawi with the pre-fires around the edge, which is preventing the push to come through. Does go out for the push. Will not be able to get any of the shots to connect quite yet. Azar has to fall back a little bit for support.
Yeah. A little bit of an opportunity here now, turning that around. The Flames going to be moving on in. And this is now where the Mind Weapon have an opportunity to turn it around. Virtual Gaming haven't really had an opportunity to get those reses moved on in. Nades being sent through. At least Alpha Luigi trying to get a little bit of help. You can see already the pickup is there. Now here come the mollies. Once again, the Mind Weapon trying to not give them the space to make this happen. But they're wasting some time here. Nades being cooked.
Oh, into your own molly. No.
No, man.
What is going on? Rookie Sport did hear the noise though, so they want a little piece of the action. Virtual Gaming Squad will be able to grab all revives up onto their team members. The Mind Weapon now looking to capitalize on the compound. Only 3 players in the vicinity for the time being. Like I said, Rookie Sports is out there for the third party in the outside. And I just like the fact that Virtual Gaming Squad were able to grab all 4 players back. And right now they're looking just as strong as when the fight started.
Oh, this is just such a weird battle, because we keep having this fluctuation in like the timing, the momentum, but ultimately Virtual Gaming, they've taken this compound away from the Mind Weapon. It's theirs now. They said thank you very much, this is ours, we paid the deposit, so you can leave now. And the Mind Weapon, I don't know if they want to take this fight, because as you've mentioned, there's been so much noise that RUKH, they've smelt a little bit of an opportunity. They've already rotated in. There's Bronsberg. Nice nade! Is going to find 2. Now Delhop is alone and afraid, because all of a sudden they've got a lot more to work with.
Yep, and another grenade to seal the deal. 1 shot with a 3 pace. You love to see that one. 3 grenades, 3 knocks, 3 eliminations, 3 points.
It's tough. It's tough out here. But RUKH Esports, they're going to be moving on in for the finish. Virtual Gaming, they're still up. The HP was not looking too great. And now RUKH out in the blue with Virtual Gaming.
Rami, what are you doing? What was that? Anyway, Rookie Sports will send it. And this is one of those situations whereby if you did not read the kill feed well, you would think Virtual Gaming Squad is down, but they have no players down. So which means you have to be ready for this one. But the intro knock would get that idea. Virtual Gaming Squad will lose 1 more in 1 shot. As we can already see the full send coming in through. 1 thirst would follow suit. Now they know they have the idea. Alphaluigi in the corner would get 1 player, but not 2. As Rookie Sports would come through for that cleanup.
You see, if I need to, I will shoot shots all day long at Virtual Gaming if they pick up these kind of eliminations. But they just need to change up in terms of, I guess, the timing in which they take these shots. It would have been nice if they could have finished that earlier and then hopefully gone for the rotation, you know, not make as much noise. But, I mean, ultimately, they were at the back foot. They turned it into a win, so I have to give it up to them as well. It was a very, very good finish at the end of the day to pick up some elims. Now, we wait and see what this next zone is going to hold in store for us. We still got quite a lot of water. It's a 50-50 split. I guess you could say it's like a 55 to, you know, a bit of a 35. But now we need...
Again.
Wow, still a 50-50 split. What is this?
Triple Sport looking golden though. They're out there on the shoreline. They're kind of looking nice. But one thing I would just say is those shorelines, they happen to be on the bottom of a hill. So if you've got teams on the top of that hill, it's going to be trouble for the side there of Triple Esports. Like Esports looking to make it in from that north. Same thing I'm said about Black Hand. Rookie Esports still in that blue zone. Same thing about the side there of Smash Team. So even timeout. Wait, timeout?
Hello. Yes. I remember they picked up some wild eliminations earlier on. So honestly, I'm not surprised anymore. Every team has the capacity to take away.
Yeah, but then being in the blue zone for this long, well, they are speed boosting into the circle, so I guess they should be just fine. Greedy4Kills out there on the south, looking to follow the similar approach that they did in that previous Miramar game. Maybe they might be able to scout into that western side from the southern side. Hopefully, CRYPTICS playing more condensed. Love to see it out there on the west. Same thing can be said about the side there of Wavy Sports, holding a little bit of a split out there, 2-1-1. I look forward to seeing how they're gonna maneuver and play this one.
It's going to be an interesting one, I can tell you that much, because Lag, they've got some of this high rise to work with. They've got the good positioning. They just need to be careful about those rotations in. For now, thankfully, they've got their own members behind them, so Knight shouldn't be worried too much about their backline. But we can see just off in the distance this Smash, who have already made a bit of a dazzling approach. Ban, what are you doing?
Well, he's driving into the circle. Mexico, on the other hand, would find a knock up onto Elias. And Ban now very low on HP. I'm pretty sure they're aware of that one. Black Loss, though, taking a couple of shots towards the side of Lag Esports, trying to ward them off as he does get one knock. But Rolex is already in the vicinity. URUS Esports is also here in this whole situation. And Moment has an idea of where Rolex is. Grenades already towards his position. But he will not quite fall just yet. It's Lag Esports now looking to welcome the visitors behind the vehicles. The revive will come through. Has Van now sends it into the compound, gets one up, but gets too focused on that thirst, and he would fall to Mexico.
This is a bit of a good back and forth retaliation. Lag, they have been holding on again. URUS moving on in here, trying to get some of that third party action. RUKH reaching across there from the high rise. I'm keeping an eye out on these eliminations. They have been leading the pack, and now they're going up against Black Hand. We'll wait and see what that's going to turn out to be. But Lag, look at this opportunity on to Smash, opportunity on towards URUS. They can take their pick with who they're going to be picking up eliminations here.
Grenades already being sent out. Rolex would eat one, and he would fall to the grenades there from URUS Esports. And now the side of Lag Esports, they are aware. They know there is another team in the vicinity right now. They're going to be playing on the top of the hill for the time being, just a little bit of the cliff, hoping to keep that high ground advantage as RUKH Esports now begin to face trouble as they make their down push into the circle.
Timeout finding vampires. You got the water battle picking a bit of a bit of a fight over towards RUKH Esports, and Arab Golden might have just sent the entirety of Wave down into the lobby. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to turn out. Lag, though, they're on a bit of a roll here, looking confident, looking aggressive, and they still have URUS to take out. If they do, that is a very good opener for them towards this northern side. That's a nice nade and pinpoint accurate. Going to be finding the Rauf. Another one going to be looking for the follow-up, but immediately we've got URUS. They just scatter. They do not want to actually group up and be in danger of being taken out here by a single nade.
Yeah, trying to hold different angles. Knights would go down the hill, does take the 1v1 up against Weiss, and he would win that one. Has to go for the turn up onto Farok. A lot of damage has been done. The cover fire and the support is there for Knight, and the thirst would come through. Beautiful, clean wipe coming through from the side of Lag. Why don't we see this Lag Esports too often?
Oof, you can see even the observers getting a little bit excited there. RUKH Esports and Lag now going head to head. And now if we want Lag to see them into this top finish, if we want to see a winner-winner chicken dinner, I'd even go as far. For Lag, they need to finish this one out with RUKH. And let's see if they are ready. If they can pull a hat-trick here, if they can find the third team, it would be massive.
They need a break. They actually do need a break. It's back-to-back fights for Lag Esports. A9Q is in the water. Knight is down on the bottom of the hill. Smoke's already being deployed. It's going to give away his position as grenades from Pusher would land towards the people who don't quite get the knock. Shots from behind as A9Q will get the knock up onto Rami. Knight's trying to see if he can get another shot to even the tides. He does spot Eugene up the top of the hill. A little bit of damage has been done, but no knocks quite found yet. As A9Q playing with the terrain, playing around the ridge line, playing around the shorelines, trying to see if he can spam grenades up onto that position. And that does look like a good one. It is a good one to get yet another knock. And Lag Esports turn the tides. It's a 2v1 now as RUKH Esports somehow, someway, they've gotten this one wrong.
The super duo has just moved on in, and all of a sudden, RUKH Esports, they are so terrified of what they have just done. They have poked the bear that is Lag Esports here, ready to take a shot at their winner chicken dinner. Already up with 9 eliminations, back-to-back fights that they are winning out. Who are we talking about? Who is this Lag?
Right? Where has this Lag been? We've been waiting for this team to show us this type of prowess. We know they're capable of doing it. You know, A9Q is a wonderful player, and the same thing can be said about Knight, but they continue to play so passively. You wonder where they keep or why they're keeping this such beautiful play from us. Like, why? Why?
They're keeping it under wraps, man. They're waiting for the finals just to show it off, but I guess they decided to treat us to such a wonderful engagement. I mean, you gotta give it up to Lag, whether you're a fan or not. That was brilliant. What is insane now is to see GREEDYFORKILLS and CRYPTICS. All of a sudden, they have the high rise here. GREEDYFORKILLS down to 2. CRYPTICS moving on in for the finish.
Yeah, a pre-nade to force that player to push down the stairs would work wonderfully well from Senke. Does look for the knock, but the DBS shots would connect. But that pre-nade, you know what happened to it? It exploded right in time, and it did get that knock. Really now have to resort. They have to resort to a revive, and CRYPTICS now. Lazy Boy wouldn't be able to form up as Arab Golden now looking to come through from behind, trying to see if they can find some of the knocks.
One nade. One little nade could be the end. Marshall got the right idea. Going to be stepping on out. It is going to be Nossa, the last member up here for GREEDYFORKILLS, and they've only got a shack to work with. You can see Marshall just planning out that timing. That nade's going to be sent on through, but Nossa going to be stepping out. But the sprays are there, man. CRYPTICS, well, they have made sure that GREEDYFORKILLS are not going to be getting their last Miramar.
Well, guess what? Arab Golden is here to clean up as they come in from the side. Lazy Boy trying to see if he can get one knock down to a slither of HP. Broly would fall, but Lazy Boy not too much to work with. He would fall also as the trade has been initiated, but the rest of CRYPTICS, they find themselves on the bottom of the hill. Pushing up here is going to be hard, but El Chapo, he wants the challenge. He's taking it on. He's got the vibes, but 24 bullets in the in the weapon, definitely not enough. Grenade now being cooked as Arab Golden look for that revive. They would get it, but this is looking like a good grenade. It is huge. It does go for the land, but will not find the knock or even the re-knock. The shots from the side will tap down Broly once more. El Chapo going as a one-man army. 14 bullets in the clip. Can he do it? Would it be enough? Switches over to the Scar. Looking for the knocks through the smoke. Would not quite get it, but the audio cues is there. The grenade from A9. Oh, sorry, make that Eagle. Would get it down. And Senke and Marshall have to hold down the forts. But the Eagle looking for the knock. He's not able to find it. As Senke now from the bottom of the hill takes a couple of shots towards quality, but will not quite get it.
Time is running out. There's a lot of noise being made on the side. You can see Quality now moving on in, finding that shot onto Marshall. And Senke still out in the open. Does get a medkit off, but here come the mollies. If that connection is there, we could be seeing the end of CRYPTICS. However, all of this, they are fighting on their last breath. They don't have an opportunity to reset. They don't have an opportunity to get some meds out. And now Quality doesn't even care about their meds. They're just looking for that final connection onto Senke.
Yep. Bullets in the smoke, or sorry, make that smoke grenades would be the only saving grace for the side of CRYPTICS, as Blackjack is heavy on the third party. With that Mini 14 is doing a whole lot of damage. Senke feels that the grenade from Eagle will take him down, and the CRYPTICS couldn't quite handle all that heat. It was a little too much for them to deal with. We're down to 6 teams. Right now, the chicken dinner looking very, very sketchy. Triple Esports is still alive though.
Yep, they're still alive indeed. Black Hand, though, I said it.
Yeah.
2 teams right up ahead of them on the overall standings here for this week are not playing this match. So if they pick up a fantastic game into this one, we could be seeing them reclaim their glory. And they're going to be starting off with Arab Golding, sending them packing. Now Knight rotating on in. It looks like in the midst of all of this chaos, unfortunately, Lag has been relegated down to only 1 member. So it's going to be Lag running around with 10 eliminations, but only 1 solo player to make anything more of this Miramar. You can see Triple Esports now moving on in from that low rise rather, from the coastal line, trying to climb the mountain. That zone moving on in is going to be the catch here. Who is going to get the blessing? Who is going to be having this advantage?
Blackjack.
Hey.
Blackjack will get it. They have such a nice position in the circle. That's a high ground. They get so much view, and you can already see them starting to capitalize more on that position. Phoenix already gets into the vehicle, trying to find a different angle. I kind of like the spread coming through from them, but Arab Golden now sending it into the circle. Zeke will be there to welcome them, as we can already see those shots being traded back and forth. The world of battle. Also out there on the north, looking to push up onto the side here of Black Hand, would realize in a hard way that they're there, would have to fall back.
It's going to be a tough one now. The World Battle moving on in from that northern side in a bit of a sandwich. Black Hand to your side. We've got Triple Esports at least giving you some spacing as they're moving on into the zone. But again, you can see this Black Hand so aware of this presence here of the World of Battle. They have completely encircled them towards that half moon. And now they just need to wait for the World of Battle to make a move. The same can be said here for Blackjack and Arab Golden. We've got, unfortunately, only 1 member out here from Arab Golden trying to hold on. The shots going through the smoke. Thankfully, not a connection.
Meds.
But it's just it's just a matter of time, right? Is he seeing him out in the open? Yeah.
GG's. That was a GG's. 3 Elimination 3 points onto the side of Blackjack Esports as they continue to exert their dominance on that southwestern edge, looking to drive somewhere close to the center. And I really like to see Blackjack Esports capitalize on this zone. They know they've done so much work on the south, and they're not really expecting teams to be on this side. Right here on the north, it's still going to be the side there of Black Hand, Triple Esports, and the World of Battle, trying to battle it out to see who would make it into the circle. The World of Battle, though, happens to be the one that is being kept at the moment, so it's going to be a very tough rotation for them to make.
I have to say, into this final zone, I mean, even if it keeps shifting more towards the south, you just have to keep favoring Blackjack Esports. But the World of Battle, they were running out of options, and they decided to take one of the wildest ones yet. Just send it on straight through into Black Hand. So I'll be saying thank you very much for those extra 2 eliminations as they continue down into the zone. Black Hand, massive opportunity for them, but they're putting themselves in a bit of a tough situation here. You can see how close they are to Blackjack Esports. Obviously, Triple have a great line of sight onto towards them. I would just want them to isolate one of these engagements, not having to focus on one or both at the same time, and then hopefully just break it down, slow it down, and move this into their advantage.
Very interesting splits coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports. Very surprising to see Triple Esports not really playing so aggressive, but they do not have that high ground or terrain advantage. Hence why we're seeing them play this one slowly. Looking forward to allowing the players there from Black Hand and Blackjack Esports go up against each other on that northern side of the circle. Hopefully that will kind of open things up for the side of Triple Esports to make it in. Blackjack already holding up as a 3-man squad. Same thing can be said about Black Hand. And Triple Esports also holding up as 3-man squad. So this is a 3-way battle.
3v3v3. It's going to be fun because everyone is having some interesting positions now. They've pretty much all just scrambled and swapped it around. Blackjack running a 2-1 split, so they do need to be careful. That zone is going to shift towards Triple Esports, which is a very dangerous situation here. But of course, Black Hand involved. They're just on the outskirts. They can easily jump on into that one. So wait and see how Blackjack will turn the tide. How will they make this into an advantage for them?
That's the question we've got in mind. We're really seeing a different beast in the side of RUKH going through this week. That man has absolutely been on fire. Normally we would see Koa be that man that is fragging out the most for Black Hand. But going through this week, we've just been seeing more of RUKH. And I'm like, oh, hey, where did you keep this RUKH all through these weeks? But anyway, it does look like the side of Black Hand just looking to show that they've got tricks up their sleeves. If Koa is having a bad day, they've got more players that could also, you know, pull up with performances.
I'm very worried about Phonix's current position. I mean, just out in the open, if they step up too soon, we could be saying goodbye to them. You can see the focus here from Black Hand. They're all just staring at Phonix's current position, so they know they've got some sort of information to work with. And again, I'm starting to get worried here. Triple, though, here towards the coastal line. Yes, it's an uphill battle, but they've got a great spread that they're actually working with. Here's the hit onto Koa, but look at Phonix and the HP.
He got the knock, that's all that matters, but the HP is chunking down to the blue zone and he would fall. Blackjack Esports now reduced to 2. What looked like a game where they had the advantage. Now they do not have that advantage just because of that cheeky little knock that came through, and now the thirst is there. Black Hand now know who is up on the top of the hill. Now on the bottom, Triple Esports, they hear all of this, they see the damage, but they're trying to creep up onto the side of Black Hand. As we see them quietly making it up the top of the hill. Storm doesn't quite hear the footsteps just yet, but Triple, old boy, is able to spot him on that move. You can just see them trying to smoke up a little bit before they go for that push. Storm now has a little bit of an idea of what is coming. Sending some grenades there, try to ward them off, letting them know that now I see you. Play this one carefully for all of these teams. Everyone is on the north now. Koa does get spotted once again by Zeke. The instant thirst will follow suit. Black Hand reduced to 2. Triple Esports now the only team with 3 players up. And really their plan is working. Let these 2 teams go at it up the top of the hill. And then we'll just come in slowly but surely. As you can see, the shots already being done towards Storm's position. Here comes Thor up the top of the hill, but grenades throwing Storm off course. As you can see, Thor now, the side of Triple, they're being so confident. They know they've seen the opening that they want and they're looking for it.
Absolutely, the nade's going to be sent on through. Storm going to be chunking some HP here. And unfortunately, if they didn't make a move sooner, now they might be paying the price for a triple esports, still up with 3. And that they are the healthiest team right now. But in terms of positioning, it is a tough battle here for Black Hand and Blackjack Esports. Once again, that zone favors Triple. And once again, Triple just ready and waiting for it. Black Hand trying to smoke it out. But you can see Blackjack Esports just from the high rise, keeping a keen eye. They need to find the drop here onto towards Icy before they can even think of moving into the southern position.
Oh, Triple has to play this so tactically. They need to be so tactical about their next move. They have such good positions in the circle, as in they have the zone, but the advantage of terrain, they do not really have it. Shooting up towards players who are trying to make it down a decent is where it starts to become much of a trouble. And Zeke pretty much has ideas. Grenade already going towards Icy's position, will chunk down his HP a whole lot. But old boy, he's got a very nice position out there on that southern shoreline. And Iske would fall to the side here of RUKH. Blackjack now left with just one more player. As the shots would come through, Storm very low on HP now, but RUKH would not stop on the push. He has to continue. Storm, the HP back up. They're looking to capitalize onto the side of Blackjack, but the third party is coming through from the side of Triple Esports. Grenade would get that knock up onto the side of Iske. RUKH has been something else going into today's games as they continue to lay the shots, but Triple not wanting to overextend. Old boy does come through. Now they have the full wall, but Black Hand, they continue with the push. Storm leading the charge. The Grenade will get the knock, and now they clear a little bit off that edge. The zone now, we're running out of it. RUKH now has to take the fight, but Storm would get one knock up onto the side of Triple Esports, looking for 2, but he would fall. Triple Esports still holding on to their end, but they have just one player left in IC.
Unfortunately, a little bit of that spread coming through here for Triple Esports. They spread themselves too thin, and then Black Hand, they just had that timing to capitalize, and we can see reduced down to only IC. Black Hand know exactly where they're hiding out. For Blackjack, though, this is about timing. If they can work with this, if they can just find Black Hand as they are focusing on this fight, then Zeke can get the winner chicken dinner. But Black Hand, they are just soaking up all of these eliminations.
It's a 2v1v1. They are aware. IC's position, though, it's not so nice. He has to be careful because he can fall. Nade's going towards his position, and the side of Black Hand, they are aware. They know that there is one player left from Blackjack Esports on the right, but they cannot push it because Icy would come in for the third party. Trying to get the nades to land on the bottom is very, very tricky. It's very, very hard. And now it becomes very tricky. They have the numbers advantage, but not the terrain. There's only so much they can do. If they push up to Icy, Zeke would come in for the third party. If they push up to Zeke, Icy would come in for the third party and slime, make a Black Hand. They are going in for the push down the hill. Icy will be the man to hold down the fort. Get Storm's HP very low. Switches over to the M416, but that would not stop the push as they would continue. Damage is done, and the player goes down, and here comes Zeke to get one knock. It's a 1v1 now. He's got the grenade loading in hand, and we've seen him pull this up before. He knows how to steal the chickens, and we see him throwing it down. RUKH has to get his HP back up, but now it's the 1v1. Shot speed fired. Zeke is going to find some, but not getting to connect just yet. The M416 in hand will not find damage, but Zeke, he's pushing up. RUKH is falling. The shot's in the hand. Mini 14 to do the work, and Zeke does it again.
I cannot believe what we have seen in the form of these solos today. We saw Mazzaro, we saw that 1v3, we saw now another fantastic clutch coming through from Blackjack Esports. Look at that, 6 eliminations with the winner chicken dinner. That is all on the back of Zeke to make that even a possibility. I mean, come on!
Mini 14 in a 1v1. Zeke is built different, bro. Do not play with that man. What?
No. Listen, you know, the automatic rifle just didn't have the same feel, so we had to pick up the Mini 14 and finish it off in style. I mean, this is what you love to see. Again, these solo plays coming through. Mazzaro, we've now had Zeke. We've had the likes of, I mean, GREEDYFORKILLS, their individuals stepping up. It's wild. It's wild out here.
It was bound to happen, but let's check about those highlights before we come back and break this game down.
mean, what more would you want from your last map of the day? I mean, we had lag, stepping up, battle to battle to battle. They just went, they picked up eliminations. Then we came through with a wild zone to start off with, finishing it off on the coastline of Impala. And then we had Blackjack Esports stealing the winner, chicken dinner. Zeke, Mini 14, say no more.
Say no more indeed. That man definitely OP. But before we break down, we've got to give a huge shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner in the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And I'm pretty sure Zeke was pumped on some Monster Energy there. But I have to say, that terrain is very tricky. The same thing that happened to IC happened to RUKH. Wow.
It's tough. And again, this is why I say, like, it's one of my favorite zones to watch because it's just not nice. It's not nice to the teams, but in that same token, I do feel bad for the players that have to deal with all of that terrain falling off. It just doesn't work out in your favor. But let's go take a look at those match rankings. Last map of the day. We know it was a wild one. Let's try and break it down.
Okay.
Black Hand. You doubted? You doubted that they couldn't pick up some points here? And look at that.
Well, they did it. 17 points. We'll see how well that boosts them up the top of the board. Blackjack Esports able to get 16 from this one, even despite getting the winner chicken dinner. TEAMLAG with their super duo getting up to 10 elims will put them in third. Triple Esports also, I feel like Triple Esports would have expected them to do more elims, but given how much terrain disadvantage they had no choice but to play for the placements.
It was a wild Miramar indeed. I mean, this whole day, in terms of flight paths, in terms of zones, these teams have had a tough time. I was asking some of the viewers in chat what do we think about these zones, and they are convinced someone has hacked the matrix and have just chosen the worst zones for these teams to deal with today. And I have to agree, they have had a tough day of games, of just trying to deal with all of these rotations, but we have to give it up to the teams that have managed to capitalize off of all of this chaos. Let's go take a look at that second page with such a very healthy first page. I am expecting a little bit of the same towards the second. Only two teams once again going into the donut shop, which it's massive, right? Because only top 8 get placements. So we have to just keep in mind how wild it is that we have these teams still managing to stay healthy with their points.
Yeah, and speaking of points, Virtual Gaming Squad not quite able to make the most of this game. They were only able to put up 4 points on board, which means that's not too much of a mountain for the teams below them to climb, especially given the fact that Vampires have been putting up a little bit of well, actually, no. No. Okay, Vampire is able to put in 3 points in this game, but still, Virtual Gaming Squad, they really need to start putting up better numbers up on board. And timeouts, I did call it out. That rotation was just a little too late. The instance they made it into the circle, they got absolutely obliterated.
It happens, right? I mean, especially towards that end, there's a lot of hesitation coming through because you're like, what am I dealing with? The zone is absolutely wild, and there's just so much happening. But we saw some glimmers of hope. We saw a lot of teams picking up some fantastic eliminations, and overall today has been fantastic. Let's see what changes it has made to the overall standings for this week so far. If you take a look at it, we know when we started off, there was a bit of a gap, but look at that, Black Hand, they caught up!
Third day for this week, third day in a row that Black Hand is in second place by just 1 point. Literally 1 point. And I guess at this point it's probably getting frustrated for them. But man, they're able to put up the numbers. Titan still retaining that lead, 128 points. Vista Gaming finding their way back to the top. I love it, 140 points up on board. RUKH Esports not quite able to close the gap, not quite able to get that 100-point mark just yet, as they're holding up there in 4th place with 86. But look at that, Blackjack pushing himself all the way to 5th position with 83 points.
I have to say there is a little bit of a glimpse of wonders here, but unfortunately, because we've had so many teams step up, I'm going to point out a little bit of a lack on this side. The World of Battle, when we started this day, were in 4th.
Mo Esports.
Do you see any World of the Battle? No, we do not. Also, Mo Esports, they were in 7th. So let's take a look at that second page to see what happened, because they just disappeared on us. And into our second top 8, the World of Battle is finding themselves in 10th. Mo Esports finding themselves in 11th. So yeah, it's been a weird split. On another team that has dropped significantly is CRYPTICS from 9th to 14th.
CRYPTICS dropping is something that I did see happening given the way they decided to play today's games. Esports, even despite playing so well today, not quite able to put it so much points to make it into that top 8 position, but still 73 points up there in 9th position. I believe they're just 2 points behind RUKH in 8th, so that's pretty much nice. The World of Battle dropping to 10th, More Esports in 11th. I'm beginning to get worried because you need to start putting up more points up on board. If they drop out of the top 12, they don't make it into VIKHVND, which means no extra points coming through for them. But let's see what's going on that third page. I don't think we saw anyone come through from that third page up onto the first page today.
Yeah, there's not really much of a change. I mean, the Wind Weapon Smash, we do see Arab Golden actually moving up from this place. Virtual Gaming took their slot instead, and Vampires dropped from 15th to 17th. So there has been some change, and unfortunately it's not good change. It's the teams that we need to step up this week that are unfortunately falling a little bit flat, but hopefully they can get some of their own monster energy and bring in some of those players coming back on Saturday and Sunday, tomorrow, and obviously the day afterwards, because yeah, like you said, VIKHVND is still at risk. We still got finals that we need to decide. Top 16 is cracking up, and I want to believe in the dark horses, right? I want to see some teams from the bottom 4 just grabbing that opportunity, getting themselves into the finals. But it's going to be up to the teams, and it's going to be up to what's going to happen tomorrow, because we are done for the day. So massive shout out to our viewers for still sticking with us, and of course the sponsors for making this all possible. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Myself and Crowns will be bringing you all the action, and trust me, you want to be there. It's going to be wild. We'll see you then.
نكبة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك، وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان. إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله،
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأ